3. Agenda additions. Councilor Nyberg.
Mr. Chairman, probably under council request for information, 6.4. I'd like to know or get some feedback on our discussions with the Village of Big Valley on the go forward of the Big Valley Bridge, or not go forward of the Big Valley Bridge, I guess. Whichever direction they were going to get back to us, I'd just like to know where we're at on that. And that may have to go into camera, I don't know.
Where do you think that should go, Andrew?
Oh, we can leave it under 6.4, and if that conversation needs to evolve in camera, we can move in camera there.
So you're looking for the Big Valley Bridge reimbursement?
Yeah, like where the conversation we had with them and follow up on it, because I haven't heard anything.
And I would like to add discussion on burn permits and with our municipal corporations or partnerships. And where should that go, Andrew?
6.5.
Yeah, we can again start it at 6.5, and if there's anything in camera, we can move it in camera. It's appropriate.
And that covers off for you also, Councilor Stewart?
Sure. Yeah.
Is there anything else?
Nikki wants to talk about a pancake breakfast in camera?
Pancake breakfast. Was that under new business or?
We have to get back to the town, I guess. So she's been in conversation with the town. So I guess that would be intermunicipal relationships.
Yeah, 24.
Yeah,
Hope I got that right, Nikki. Yeah.
under
In camera.
Yep, thank you.
pancake breakfast, that's potential.
Oh. Made for good reading. With that, Mr. Chairman, if we've got them all, I'll give you a motion. Unless anybody else has any other additions.
No other additions? Take Councilor Nyberg's motion. All in favor? That'd be carried. Minute approval, regular council meeting minutes, April 10th, 2024. We had 3.2 committee of the whole minutes, April 4th, 2024. And 3.3 was committee of the whole minutes for April 25th, 2024. Is there any issues with any of them, or do we have to break any of them out?
There was, Mr. Chairman, was there not one that was, just bear with me here, where somebody was actually in a Zoom, not in actual present. I don't know if we separate that.
I was in Zoom.
So
I was in one Zoom
It
this,
says show up on my person.
no, in one of our meetings.
One of those, and I can't remember which one it was.
You're looking for clarification. Mr. Stevens attended one virtually for about an hour before attending in person.
And I don't know, I think we normally separate those out so that. Okay. Was that the committee of the whole?
Committee of the whole, correct.
And Justin, were you zooming into?
Yeah, partially.
Okay.
First portion, and then
Okay, fair enough.
that's fine. Chunk of it because
That's correct. You came.
I had an appointment, so I zoomed
it's good.
on one of the committee as a whole.
And I think that was that one of the April 10th where Justin came in and zoomed in the morning and then came in afterwards. I don't know if it makes a difference, but it's not a deal breaker, but just we should make note of it.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns on the meeting minutes? Councilor Nyberg?
Move us forward.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? That'll be carried. No public hearings. We have a 10:30 delegation with Stars Air Ambulance. And we have a 1 p.m. delegation with Staff Sergeant Russell from the Stettler RCMP. So with that, we will move to council's request for information. 6.1 Range Road 20-4, Councilor Nyberg.
So, Mr. Chairman, we've had some discussion, and I think later on today, we're going to have some more discussion about the go-forward plan for at the lake. We've kind of danced around a little bit. I think one of the councilors went out and talked to some landowners, but But I think we need to make it formal, and I think we need to start those negotiations, go forward with both us, the village of White Sands, and start the ball moving down the road to acquire the land, to, if this is our plan, to move forward with that road straight south of White Sands. So I would formally make the motion that we instruct administration to start negotiations and start a plan in place to move forward our plan to have 20-4 built north-south to it's not Highway 601.
CEO Gaston?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I did meet with our Director of Planning and Development, and this is part of the, I don't know, doesn't like me.
So you can start that all over again.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I met with our Director of Planning and Development. This is kind of the go forward decision that we have to make on the traffic study that was done up there. We just didn't have enough time to address it properly in this meeting, and I meant to talk to you about it yesterday and I forgot. And so we would like to ask if you could table this until our June council meeting.
Okay, and I'm fine with that. I know this is going to be a 5 or 6 year plan. This isn't something that's going to happen tomorrow, but I do think we need to get the ball rolling and go forwards.
Councillor Stevens?
One addition, I would like to see the engineering and detailed design to be a part of the immediate progress or short-term progress, if you will.
Councillor Grover?
I'll move it to a meeting, but I,
Councillor.
okay, but I want to talk to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that way should have been 4 or 5 years ago. And now we're finally gonna do it, and that's probably one of the smartest things we're gonna do. To get it done.
I think Mr. Grover just said, it gave me a compliment, said that I was smart. So
It's early.
It's all fuzzy worm.
Point of order, I think he was complimenting the idea, not you.
Point of order, well, Dave. Mr. Chairman, and I do think that we have to involve our stakeholder, the Village of White Sands, in this as well, because there's an opportunity for them to get some grant money, I think, in an urban access fund that's out there. So I think there's an opportunity for them to hopefully get this go forward. So
You'll change your motion.
I will actually, I'll make the motion and then we'll table it till June.
Councillor Grover?
At the same time, can we start on turnout lanes, applying for them off of 601?
That'll be all part of that discussion.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's all one, please, thank you.
Okay, so we have one motion on the table. Call the question. All in favor? Okay, and can I have a motion to table this till June? Councillor Nyberg? Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, just as a point of order, we should probably correct that the first motion is a motion that was put forward, and then the tabling motion would come before the vote on that motion. And so the tabling motion, there won't be a vote on Mr. Nyberg's motion until it's picked up off the table.
So do we have to?
No, I think we're good. We'll just make
You
it
understand that
motion
won't.
note of it.
Okay.
Just, I'm sure that Michelle has that figured out, that there's a motion on there.
It is a point of order, but it's the point of the order we wanted made.
And actually, point of order is a point about procedure, not
I know.
actual corrections either.
We know that, but I'm just, okay, Bill 20 discussion. When we had the announcement of Bill 20 come out, it caught me right, didn't catch me very well when I read it that night. And I did send that out to you folks to, if there was any comments. I did talk to our MLA, Mr. Horner. And he said to bring back any of the parts of it that were worse than others. It was really for the big cities, et cetera. I said, it's a blanket permit though, our blanket policy and it is bothersome. Since that point, RMA has made a response. But on that, just for discussion here, and is there any other points we want to take back to Councilor Stolberg?
Mr. McIver's also publicly stated that they are gonna take another look at it. So, I mean, they got the message, obviously.
Councilor Stevens?
I was very disappointed when this came out, but the following week, one of our urban counterparts voted in favor of letting non-citizens vote in municipal elections. And I feel like there's, as much as I dislike Bill 20, the majority of it, when someone does something like that, sometimes there has to be an adult in the room. So I was kind of taken back by that.
Should not the MGA, like, that would fall back to the MGA.
I would love to see some guardrails or parameters put on this, because I'm accountable to the citizens of the county, not to a provincial government. And just because we have a good relationship and a fair bit of trust with Nate, he won't be there forever. They're laying the groundwork that is ripe for overreach, and we have no idea who's going to be in that position 2 years, 4 years, 6 years from now. So I think it lacks transparency. It's a cabinet decision made behind closed doors, which bothers me. If they're going to go down this road, I would love to see it being after a municipal investigation where that report is public. At least there's some transparency to it. So I would like to see that amendment at the very least.
Mr. Chairman, so at the end of the day, I think what we have to realize and should realize that ultimately we are creatures of the provincial government. We don't have our own standing without them. So this was something that was well before this. The minister could come in and can every one of us in here without any investigation, without anything. This would have been done very easily. At least now it goes to a cabinet instead of one individual. So if we had a minister that was not good, so there is some good in this bill. I don't think we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater in this case, but I do think we need to understand that this is a clarification of their responsibility and roles already. They have that power. It was solely in the minister's hands. I agree with Mr. Stevens that we need to be careful who you give power to. Number one, when you give power to certain government organizations, it's hard to take that power back. And number two, be careful who sits at the table around the next election, because you may like the guys that are there now, you may not like the guys that sit there the next time. So be careful. And that's my cautionary tale on this. What I see in the bill for the most part, really, you know what, the county of Stettler, it's not going to affect us. We do things right. We do things proper. We've had a very solid administration and a solid councils for many, many years. So those guys that are not doing things right, they should be a little bit more fearful. So like I said, it doesn't bother me as much in the fact that I can, you know, hang my hat high and say, listen, we did what we were supposed to do in my time on council. So.
I think you kind of extended a little bit along the line of what I was thinking, but many more words. Like it is kind of along the line of where be careful of what you put in. It is going to be the next governing body that is going to take you for whatever they have in there also. Well put, James.
Yeah. And I do recall not that long ago in the last Calgary municipal election where there was an outcry from a lot of people for the government to disqualify one of the councillors that had run with, I think it was a sexual assault history that wasn't revealed until he basically won. So they wanted that out of there. So I think it would never be used very often, but they just want that ability, I guess, to act on, you know, things that public demands.
I just have a comment though, from back to Mr. Nyberg also though, is the fact that quite a few years back, we had a 35% reduction in shallow gas tax. Not every municipality with our RMA, but probably what, 20% of us, 20 5% of the municipalities showed up on ledge grounds and protested that. So would that be not behaving in favor of the government and being able to dismiss all councillors? That's what I read that day, and I thought, this is not,
Well, and
this is not what I want to see.
I guess the difference that I have in that, and to counter that, is at that point in time, the municipal affairs minister could have done that, one individual. This new bill does bring it to at least council or cabinet, I mean. And so at the end of the day, you have multiple people that would weigh in on it. It wouldn't be one individual losing their proverbial stuff.
As long as it's not criminal.
No, 100%. Yeah.
But I still go back to this. We're not accountable to the whatever provincial government may be in place. And you brought up a couple different examples. All that can be satisfied by what have they done to make our citizenry give them increased powers to hold us accountable. They can petition for a municipal affairs investigation. Recall has been used in its smaller municipalities. It's deeply flawed for our large urban centers, but those are the people that can hold us accountable. And they have steps now. Why should we be held accountable by the province just because we may disagree with them? I mean, we have a provincial government that consistently says that the feds are overreaching and that they want more autonomy, that they know what Alberta's needs are. I would make the same argument for municipalities where we are closer in touch. We have more baseline knowledge, and they say they should be responsible to Alberta citizens. We're the same with our county citizens, and that's why I think it's flawed.
And I keep getting back to this, Mr. Stevens. Unfortunately, only power that we are given is given to us by the province. We're not even given power to us by the federal government. So we are a creature of the provincial government through the Municipal Government Act. And the same thing that the Housing Authority is the given power through the Housing Act. The library is given power through the Library Act. Those are not individuals that can go out and do their own thing. The only power that we have to make a bylaw is given to us by the MGA. So the federal government has power outside of that through the Constitution. The provincial government has power to do that outside the Constitution. We are not a constitutional body. So I think we have to remember, as much as we say our citizens drive us, we're an elected official, absolutely, but we're not politicians. So we have to remember that. I use that all the time. So at the end of the day, remember that, again, if we, as not necessarily this sitting body, some sitting bodies in some larger cities may get a little too big for their britches and start pushing the constitutional weight around. They don't have it. It is only given to the province and then by transfer to us.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with that's the current situation. But what's being discussed with Bill 20 is expanding that power and control. So should we make a suggestion for amendments on some guardrails for their increased control? And that's really all I'm suggesting.
No, and I think right now there's no guardrails on their control. That's what I'm getting at, is there is, and they put up guardrails. I may say, yes, I agree with you that we need to put some parameters for the guardrails. So I don't disagree with you on that 100%.
CEO Cassidy?
Mr. Chairman, if council wants a letter to go to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, you probably should get on it. It should go next week, as they hope to have this bill passed before they break for summer. So you're running out of time.
The RMA has done a very good job, and I think, as Mr. Stevens said about the guardrails that need to be put in place, I'm not so sure we need to go down that route, but that's just my opinion on that one. So.
I do need to reply to our MLA because we've had 2 or 3 conversations on this. So and I can make a reply on that. If we're in agreement to what RMA is standing for, well, that's
Yeah, and they are making changes. Minister MacGyver has said that, there's going to be some changes. Until you see those changes, I guess, hard to write a letter till you know what they're going to get put in.
it's painted with, I guess all municipalities, it's being painted with the same brush, and they keep pointing back to the city of Chestermere. That's not us. No, in the same sense, I don't want to be put in the same corner as them, to be treated the same when we haven't behaved that way.
Yeah, so for sure. And I agree 100%. That's where the RMA definitely talks about that in their study or their response to it. They talk about, don't pick on the guys that are doing it right. So.
Okay.
And let's face it, 98% of our municipalities, I think, out there, and especially in the RMA world, are doing it right.
So does anybody think we need to be sending a letter in, or what's, like Councilor Nyberg indicated he doesn't, but
If we're comfortable letting RMA handle this, the one thing I would like added to their kind of write-up and briefing, and also with your conversations with Nate, is if they do have to utilize this, I would like a sense of transparency afterwards. If the example's given, if they're that serious that the province has to step in, I think it's easily justified to have a public review or write-up, breakdown of what the background is and why they had to step in. Because without that, I mean, everyone in the public is just left in limbo. The rumors will fill the gap.
I was just going to say I'm comfortable with the RMA position, and I think they speak of, on all rural, for all rurals.
you have your hand up there?
Oh,
So to give clarity to Mr. Clark, I think we should, he's going to respond to Nate.
Yeah.
I think you understand where we're all at on this.
And I'll put in that note what Councilor Stevens concerned.
And we don't necessarily need to have a formal letter, do we, gentlemen? I don't know. I would imagine Mr. MacGyver's got a handful of them already.
It's just, I don't want to be just,
Yeah, no,
pardon me on agriculture, I don't want to be the sheep, but
no.
it just falls.
Hey now, I resemble that.
Did you have your hand up?
Like I would just say, as long as we show support in with what RMA has said, or our president put in there, by all means, give support on.
And I can CC Paul on the response so they go back. Okay. I think our 10:30 delegation is here. Michelle, I see two people out there.
So,
If they want a committee get set up, some of these other items are going to be a while to talk about too. So.
This is from over here?
Yeah.
No, that's Steve's.
Excuse me, Mr. Okay. Good morning. Let you get settled a little bit and then we'll do introductions and get you started a little bit early. Okay, so with their introductions, we'll start over Sharon.
Your microphone is not on. Like it's a little stone in there.
Sharon Larson, she's in our tax department. Krista Cornelson, now over to you.
Corporate Services.
Yeah.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Attorney General, Stettler work, good morning.
Paul McKay, good morning.
Larry Clark.
Dave Grover, Big Valley Council.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Good morning, Les Dover, Bymore NDN Councillor.
James Nyberg, Erskine South Warden Counselor.
Director of Municipal Services.
Capacity CAO.
Hello.
And then behind you is,
Mayor McKenzie, Manager of Policy.
Thank you.
you do your introductions and.
Turn anything on? No?
You're good.
Okay, I'm in good shape. I'm Glenda Farndon, Senior Municipal Relations Liaison for STARS. Had the pleasure of working with your council for more than a decade now, so really appreciate that. And I brought someone special today. So I'll let Shannon tell you a little bit about her, but we are transitioning a bit so that I can start to help to reach other municipalities that we still need to get on board and start to present to some cities as well. So Shannon will be helping me with Central Alberta. So next year's update will be Shannon presenting that to you. Shannon.
Good morning. I've been with STARS for 3 years now, working with community engagement. So working with our external event partners in a lot of rural towns. So very familiar with a lot of Central Alberta already. And I'm looking forward to bringing you presentations every year on STARS operations.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. We're ready to go. Okay, so first and foremost, I'll present the first half, all the statistical information, and then Shannon will be presenting you the operational side. Okay, so STARS is your best hope in a worst case scenario. We are providing critical care anywhere, and it's partnerships like the partnership we share with the County of Stettler that makes all this possible. So as a bit of an update, you know that we've previously had a 10-year affiliation agreement in place for 20% government funding with Alberta Health Services, which expired in 2020. We've been year to year after that. In 2022, they gave us a top-up to $15 million block funding per year. This does not include the Emergency Link Center, which is our dispatch center. It does not include education and training or administration costs, so strictly operationally related. With that, though, we are in very high-level discussions right now with them, hoping to secure another long-term service agreement and hopefully at block funding. So we will have more to report to you, or Shannon will be bringing you further information depending on how the negotiations go that are ongoing right now. With that, we also are very privileged to have a successful STARS lottery that's been running more than 30 years. We just finished the lottery again a few weeks ago, and it did once again net $10 million. So with that, that pays for one base in Alberta. And our Albertans continue to stand by our side for more than 30 years. That's pretty monumental. With that, with the lottery funds included, then that leaves $18 million per year that still must be fundraised. So this is through our corporate partners as well as community events. You know, during the COVID years, we did have a lot of challenges, especially with COVID community events, which we lost several events as well. So we're rebuilding that as we continue to reach out to communities. And so the $2.2 million we're currently out collectively from all municipalities as a collective, effort to ensure that we all have a robust health and safety network is included as part of this $18 million that must be fundraised each year. So that is providing sustainable support. So here we are now with the map that I bring you every year on where we stand with municipal support. So everywhere rural counties that you see that appear in green are an annual municipal supporter of STARS, like the County of Stettler. So it's kind of a busy map. I'll explain it a little bit. In this last year, since I last presented to you, we have now added 9 rural municipalities. It says 8, but we just got word this week from MD of Tabor that they have come on board. So we have 9 more rural municipalities that have been added, as well as 9 more urban municipalities. And we do have requests pending to every one that's left that's shown in white as a current non-supporter. The red boxes represent our municipal leaders, where we are now a line item in their protective services budgets each year. And these all have reached logo recognition, so their logos are on the helicopter. We welcomed Sturgeon County last year, and next month we are welcoming Birch Hills County. The yellow boxes represent our regional leaders. Number one, that they are contributing at a minimum $2 per capita or higher, up to $90 per capita, and that they are building regional partnerships within their county, meaning that towns and villages that lie within your boundaries are also supporters of STARS. So there is a regional partnership here between the county as well as the town of Stettler. And the STARS represent those counties that now have unanimous support from every town and village that lies within their boundaries. So it is very much, a collaborative, united partnership. Let's have a look at 5-year overview of County of Stettler missions that have happened within the county. This is up to April 15th of this year. So we covered several different areas throughout the county. County of Stettler, on an annual average, is about 16 missions per year overall. 5 missions to date so far this year as well. And of course, Stettler Hospital, critical interfacility transfers. Majority of all of these will be generated from a scene call or a rural area where that patient has been delivered to the local hospital by local ground ambulance. And because it is of a critical nature, then STARS is called in order to get that patient to tertiary care. So this really gives you a solid view of how many missions and what's happening throughout your county. Now, an update to the postal code project that I presented to you last year. So first and foremost, up to date from 2010, 131 residents in total that lie within your boundaries have been flown by STARS, being identified by their postal code only. We are not able to access any other patient information other than the postal code where they lived at the time they were flown by STARS. So as an update, just for last year, only 2 residents have been flown, one with the Stettler postal code and one from Donalda. This also does include any rural residents that will have a postal code from the resident communities that's listed in the bottom left corner. But on the right-hand side, you'll see the blue outline of the County of Stettler boundaries. And you see all the red dots that's outside of those boundaries. Accidents and illness do not happen only when you're close to home. So this is a testament to that. 131 total residents flown. 85 of these residents were picked up somewhere within County of Stettler. And 46 residents were flown from 17 other locations all across Alberta. This is a testament to the value of our partnership for your residents. They do have access to STARS wherever they may travel across Western Canada, where we have 6 bases located in Winnipeg, Saskatoon, Regina, Edmonton, Calgary, and Grand Prairie, and also throughout Eastern BC. Shannon.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about our Emergency Link Center here. As you can see in the photo, they have lots of screens. They're very busy because that's our central dispatch center out of Calgary. So they work closely with 911 and handle the logistics of coordinating all the critical care calls that come in. And we get about 36,000 critical calls per year, which is around 100 a day. As STARS is the dedicated critical care provider in Alberta, we're integrated with all of the dispatch centers and resources. So we are the ones that will dispatch Halo and Hero in southeastern and northeastern Alberta. So when an incident occurs, the ELC can link all necessary resources together and save precious time, ultimately giving the patient the best possible chance of survival. At STARS, we're transport agnostic. I know everyone's familiar with the helicopter, and we definitely use that as our main resource, but if need be, we can go by fixed wing, ground ambulance, or even provide virtual care. So an example of that would be one of our transport physicians providing guidance to a rural staff while we're being dispatched. And then once we have the patient and we're on our way to the hospital, the transport physician can be talking to the receiving hospital and giving them vital information so that'll save precious time upon arrival as well. Our STARS Vigilant program works with individuals and industries across the prairies to create and implement emergency response plans, and that is also provided out of our ELC. So at STARS, we are a proud innovative leader and a pioneer in our industry. We were the first civilian organization to obtain approval for night vision goggles. And since 50% of our calls are at night, this was a vital addition to our operations. We were the first helicopter EMS program in North America to carry universal blood on board, which can be accepted by anyone. And we have also implemented our massive hemorrhage protocol, which reverses anticoagulation and promotes blood clotting in severe trauma patients. So this can be given to patients that require more than 2 units of blood, allowing us that extra time to get them to the hospital. Our crew members are experts in critical care. We have dedicated clinical educators at each of our bases, and all of our crew members complete up to 200 hours of training per year. We have advanced simulation labs that allow STARS staff to replicate complex and distinct cases. So if a crew of 2, paramedic and nurse, run into a once-in-a-lifetime situation, they can share that knowledge with all of our staff. We provide resources such as landing zone training to our chain of survival partners. We also have this available on our website now. So if you'd like to share that with your local fire department, they can request a virtual landing zone training. By working closely with our chain of survival partners, that allows us to provide the best possible service for the patient. So we attend the annual Aeromedical Transport Conference Simulation Competition, which is a big, long title to say this brings together all of the helicopter EMS programs from around the world. A team of 2 must go through a rigorous competition and triage multiple patients. We host our own internal competition. I know that our Grand Prairie base is running theirs right now, so it allows all of our crew from all 6 bases to compete for the privilege to represent us on the international stage. Over 21 years, we've attended this competition. For 7 years, we've come in first place, and for every one of those 21 years, we've come in top 3. So we are literally providing Alberta with the best possible critical care available. So in closing, I'd just like to share that STARS has flown over 55,000 missions since our start in 1985. And I'm not sure if Glenda mentioned, but next year we're celebrating 40 years of serving Alberta, which is a great accomplishment. And that wouldn't be possible without partnerships such as the County of Stettler. I know we're on a standing motion for 12,500, and we are so grateful for your ongoing support. Thank you so much.
We have a little something for you. First, I'd like to say I have had the sheer pleasure and privilege of working with your council and previous councils for more than a decade, and that means so much to me. And we've built such a great relationship, and we've relied on you so much. So thank you for that. In recognition of more than 30 years of being a partner with STARS, your very first gift was in 1992. And then you joined the Municipal Initiative Program when I started to work more closely with your council. That's been more than a decade as well. So we really appreciate having sustainable partners like you as we move forward. The mission rate increases, fuel costs and medical supply costs, everything is increasing, right? We have to have sustainable partners like you. So we are very honored to present to you a plaque for the County of Stettler in hopes that you will hang this somewhere so that your residents know that you are doing something very amazing for their health and safety each year by being a partner with STARS.
He's not here, so come get your picture taken, Mr. Reed.
I was going to ask whether we could have a photo. The caption reads, County of Stettler, thank you for your partnership with STARS and dedication to saving lives.
You want to do it behind, in front of the flag?
Yeah.
In front of the doors, yeah.
Shut that door.
Yeah, I will email that to you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, very good. Good presentation.
Mr. Chairman.
Is there any questions first, though? Councilor Gender?
You're talking about that $10 million in the lotteries. Is that profit or?
That's net.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and this is through to administration. I know everybody's cost has been rising, and I would think if we had a small increase, is that possible?
It's always possible.
And I'm thinking, if you round off a 10% increase, it comes to about $14,000. Is that something that this council will be willing to do? I would throw that forward. It's not a huge amount of difference for us, but it may make a big difference in the operation.
Councilor Gender?
How many years has it been at 12.5?
And at 12.5, well, you were previously on a $2 per capita, so it was just a little bit of an incremental increase, like very slight, to the fixed rate, just so we wouldn't keep seeing fluctuation in the census. I think you've been at 12.5 maybe the last 3 years, I think. Like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2 to 3 years we've been.
2 to 3 years.
And then we took on Gadsby and that.
Yeah, well.
So that would, Mr. Chairman, that's, I would make the motion that we change the standing order to 14,000 per year and we go forward from there.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate it.
For the Rural Development Fund, right?
And just on your reporting, I just read something in the paper this last week. They're going to start changing postal codes within the town of Stettler, alternating street sides, etc. So I don't know how many postal codes you're going to end up having to try and track for a community. It's going to be really difficult.
Well, the postal project to begin with was like 10 years in the making, just get to the point that we're at. And there's still a lot of data that clean up and things that need to be done. And, that's where we've been just saying it's more postal codes that are within your boundaries, right? So that because we couldn't really identify otherwise between rural and town residents and this type of thing because we don't have any access to the actual address.
They have a whole bunch more to track, though, is what it.
Yes. Well, that will be interesting,
Yes.
but I appreciate the heads up.
If it's happening in Stettler, it's probably happening in a lot of other communities.
Right. We did bring you a couple of newsletters. This one in particular really showcases more about the hemorrhage protocol, because this is very brand new news. It only started happening in Alberta last October. And we brought you a couple of calendars. The new calendars will come out in July, and one for your fire department. Please pass that on to them because we cannot do what we do without them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for the little bit of increase there. We appreciate it.
Okay, Councilor Spielberg,
Just one question before you go.
Yes.
I was wondering, do you do a tracking and follow up on the rescue success, like, or is that not tracked?
Well, okay, we do, on each mission, there is quarterly, to track to make sure for quality assurance on all procedures. But we don't actually track on whether or not, it was successful or not with the patient, because once we turn the patient over to Alberta Health Services, we no longer have access to them or any outcomes. The only time that we do know that things were successful, and many times, especially if they're really different types, missions that our crew really appreciate, because the patient will come back to us and want to be reunited with their crew. So that's always extremely meaningful, not only healing for the patient, but extremely meaningful to our crew members that remember that patient.
No, what you said does make sense. And yeah, it is really nice when they get that feedback from the person they saved. Yeah,
That's true. In over the 18 years that I've worked with municipal councils across the entire province, there's only been one council ever that didn't have someone on council that spoke up and said either they themselves were flown or it was a family member.
Yeah, I know for myself, my sister-in-law was flown from Stettler, and basically they had to do a pretty major procedure en route, and of course they saved her life. So that was a success story right there locally.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'll miss you all.
You'll be around again. We know.
I hope so.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
For coming out this morning. And we will see you next year, Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Hey, you're going to be gone for a second or just?
Oh, I'm just going to get us.
Hey, 6.3, doctor recruitment brief, Clark. I brought this to the table after our Thursday meeting had been canceled as a joint meeting with the town of Stettler council, just in regards, Justin and I, when we were at Hannah for Dave, for the AHS discussion on hospitals, Justin introduced me to a consultant that comes from the East Country, and what work they do within the hospitals and stuff. We wanted her to come and do a presentation to all of council and to have a discussion. This topic has just been going on and on and on, but we're getting back from our doctors right now to kind of be in line that should be looking closer to $100,000 cash for doctors to come in because of the cost, just what we're talking about with ambulance and everything else, because of the cost going up. The county of Stettler has been, I feel, very generous in the point where we have never quit contributing, and we've contributed to 20,000, but we need to be at the table to have the discussion on what's next. How do we keep doctors here? How do we have it that STARS isn't having to fly more out of our hospital, even with our maternity cases, et cetera, as our labor and delivery C-section diversions continue. So it's frustrating to me. I really want to rebook this meeting with Amy Deagle and get her here to sit down and try to brainstorm. But it all is going to come down to that if we want to get doctors and we want to compete with neighboring communities, we can say what we want, but money does talk. These young people are coming out with huge student loans, and they're going to where they can make this payment. In my write-ups, we did have a discussion on ARP last week, and it's up to the doctor's offices. All we can do is, it's like leading a horse to water. You can't make the horse drink. They bill according to how they want to bill, and there's very varying methods that they can bill. The ARP method, the first thing we got back later in that same evening or the same day of that doctor recruitment is it was very labor intensive to monitor patient loads, et cetera. So that's just as much as anything to bring to the table, but I do want this, as soon as we have this availability of this consulting firm to come in and talk to us, I want us to clear our tables and try to push our neighbors to get to the table so that we can start talking about this. And there's couple of key members from our doctor recruitment that I'd like to also invite to that meeting so that they can hear also too what some of the options are and their members at large. But that would be Dean Lovell, who's from the town of Stettler, and Terry Chesson, who's from the county of Stettler. Councillor Stevens?
As much as I think that Amy and her group would bring value, I am comfortable moving forward with a meeting in their absence.
I think this starts conversation, because we've been in those meetings before and it's just been.
I mean, we had a doctor tour recently. There's discussions of a couple other that are interested, but we need to set ourselves apart because it's simple supply and demand. They could go to 20 other communities in Alberta tomorrow and have an offer. So I feel like we have to strike while the iron is hot if people are willing to consider our community and try and set ourselves apart, because we are nearing that tipping point where any more doctors, it becomes not an attractive position anymore because of how many shortages there are.
Councillor Grover and then Councillor Ford.
Yeah, it's not, it's already that point. We're short, it's a cost, I guess, of being in there, like Parkland there, $7,500 a month. And yeah, Stettler is 10,000. And when you first come out of school with a big debt, 20 grand don't go too far. I think we gotta have a chat, we'll get our partners to the table, but I think we should have this meeting that we were going to have first and then talk to the town.
That's depending on when.
Well, yeah, and that's, it's a long way down the road, but I think maybe we could get a little out there. The one doctor that was here, she got an offer and she'll make about $370,000 or $380,000 a year. And we can't compete with that one. You're gonna lose that one anyhow, but general practitioners and stuff, I think if we could get our, fellow, town counterparts on side, that we can start maybe teaching a few of them. It's a good place to go, that's why we live here. We just gotta get that point across to them. And, yeah, we had quite a few leads, but some of them wanted to, we can't after, but maybe the ones first coming out, give them a little more money. I think that might help a lot because the other communities aren't. That's all it is. Anyhow, I'd like to have that meeting with them before we go to meet with the town. Well, the town's gonna be there, but to have a separate meeting before we know where we should go, I don't know if that's, gonna make any.
The consulting firm is still at 9%, kind of what they would do too, so.
Yeah, I know, I-
Decision of that, what they took forward. Councillor Stillward.
Yeah, I think we owe it to our ratepayers, to step it up a little bit, because just doing the same thing we've been doing isn't working. And we're in an intense competition with all of rural Alberta for doctors. And if we're not in the competition, it's not going to be good, especially for our seniors and young families. I mean, there's not having doctors here is not good, and it's bad for the whole community. So I think, a combination of money and benefits of various sorts, that anything that would help attract, and help them locate here and be viable, I think is really important. So I definitely think we got to get on it.
So, Mr. Chairman, we keep going down the same route. We've, at one time, I think we were at $50,000 a few years ago. That
45 actually is.
Yeah, 22.5. I think. Well, no, before that, I think we were 25 each, both the town and us, at one time. Either or, it doesn't matter. It's and 8-10 years ago, that was a lot more money than it is today, right? So. I know, like the town of Wainwright and the MD of Wainwright, they both went down a little bit different route. They went, and I think they fund an MRI. They fund assets, and I think that may be another way to look at this. We keep looking at this. All we got to do is throw money at this, Maybe it's a point that we actually have a fulsome discussion about what can we do to attract doctors by technology. These young doctors nowadays are not the same doctors that we had 30 years ago. They want to work with and I don't want to sound diminishing in this, but they want to work with the cool tools. And I get it, because this is that deal. Maybe we need to tool up our hospital so we can attract some of these doctors that may already be practicing somewhere else, but say, hey, if I can work with a certain imaging machine or certain machine, which facilities have that? And maybe it's the town of Stettler, the community of Stettler that has these opportunities at the hospital. I was down at Brooks, and one of the things they talk about is the virtual doctor. They had a virtual nurse presentation as well, where you basically you do a lot of stuff online. They also had the AI doctor that is being utilized in the United States right now quite readily, actually. The diagnostic tools that AI doctor has is, I think they have I think he said it was a 96% correct diagnosis rate compared to something like 60% with a human doctor, which is kind of cool. Some of us older guys may not like that, but I tell you what, the young kids would be, hey, I get to go push the button on a computer screen and he's going to talk to me, or it's going to talk to me. I think the world's changing, and we need to realize that we need to change with it. And technology is going to be the way of the future. Money is good. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I don't know, and Mr. Stevens said it very clearly, we need to stand out differently than anybody else. How do we do that? And so it has to be a fulsome conversation, not just keep trying to do the same thing over and over again by throwing money at these guys. Well, is it 400,000? Is it 500,000? At what point do we say, okay, we're going to throw out $1 million to get a doctor here, and okay, we got that. But they're not going to stay. They're going to stay for their term and leave. What we do is, if we have technology, these guys will stick around, and especially if we update that technology.
Councilor Over.
Yeah, I sort of agree with that. They're like the tools that I said on the Health Foundation, and they buy a bunch of those, and I think AHS should step up, put a little bit more stuff in our operating room here if they want us to be in the operating thing. But the C-sections that we've been counseled, and the vet puts them up for us, and we all know that. But how far we got to go before we lose a baby because it dies on the way to Red Deer, get a C-section done? I think we gotta get maybe some just general practitioners in. The last one, she was going to make way more money somewhere else, and you're never going to stop that. But maybe we should have a third place for them to hang our hat and do their business. We got to look outside the box here quite a bit. I don't know. The 15-minute thing, I think that you should have more rural doctors should pay more than the ones in the city. I really do.
They
15 minutes to get it.
But the thing, there's short-term and long-term solutions, and the tech I see is more of a long-term solution, because to put any of that equipment in the hospital is a very hard issue getting through Alberta Health. So that would be that first piece, but that's, it never saying anything is not doable, but it takes time to do it.
I think Wainwright did that, and they did run. I'm not saying that's perfect. They ran into trouble with their MRI, just getting people to run it. But they were successful.
I think we're past the point of trying to lure them in with tools and additional equipment. I mean, we have a freshly renovated operating room that sits closed. We have updated delivery rooms, and they sit closed. I mean, the tools aren't doing it. Our anesthetics was upgraded. It's comparable to the latest and greatest that Red Deer's currently using 24 hours a day. The tools isn't cutting it. We're kind of past that point at this juncture.
I'm just gonna say, the antiquated process to sign in for an ER doctor with one laptop from AHS may or may not put you in a little bit different category. I agree we have some tools, but by golly, when it takes 20 minutes for a doctor to sign into the ER and then he's got a patient, it takes him 20 minutes, like AHS got to pull their head out of their butt and realize that.
That's part of the study.
Exactly.
That's one of the big things. Councilor Grover?
Yeah, you're right with that. I was gonna bring that up, but you already did. That's great. And the one tool that we're gonna bring in is what, just about $400,000. And our fundraiser there isn't getting it. And they want us to use these operating room out here, when they should stock some of that. They gotta start stocking more stuff in there so that we can get, they don't mind sending their patients over here, but we gotta have the tools to do it. Now, one, they wanted it because they wanted it the same as the one in Red Deer. Well, isn't it not get to AHS's problem there?
That's a scope tool, but
That
that's
scope tool.
an overall conversation, yeah. So
I'm just saying, Mr. Chairman, if I could, is if we somehow set ourselves apart from another community, whether it be sports medicine, whether it be somewhere else. I know I've talked to 3 people that have went to Ontario to get their hips done at a private clinic. I'm not saying that we go down that road, but maybe, just maybe, there needs to be a total conversation about why in the hell would an individual from Hoadley, Alberta have to fly to the hospital in Ontario to get a hip done when it should be able to be done here? The reason, you're not allowed to pay for it yourself here. So that's a whole conversation that needs to be happening. Why are we not doing that in-house? It's a stupid, antiquated system that needs to be thrown out and realize that we can do that stuff here.
remember,
Two sides of that too. One went, got a couple knees done, just about $70,000. Because a lot of them don't have the $60,000 to $50,000 to $70,000 to get a hip done.
But that's $70,000 that went out of our province.
That's true.
and if that $70,000 is spent for 2 knees, then that opens it up for somebody else within our normal.
Yeah,
curriculum.
I realize that, but
I just,
saying that they're not going to, not every Dick, Joe and Harry is gonna spend $70,000 to get 2 knees.
I'd like to avoid us getting sidetracked. We've identified several flaws in AHS and Wainwright funding diagnostic equipment. And then there was a feud to get staff to actually run it and whether or not AHS would let them keep it there. I mean, there's a ton of flaws with AHS, but we can only control what we can control. And expecting them to solve their problems overnight is not happening. So what is it that we can do? Is longer term, should we look, municipalities now have the power to sponsor international doctors? Would there be a loyalty if we could cut this immigration period from a 4-year process down to a year because we're willing to sponsor a fully trained doctor to come here? Would there be some loyalty? Would they give our community a shake? But once again, that's a little longer term.
Plus you're, in order to have access to the hospitals, et cetera, you have to have complete buy-in by your doctor base in your town. So that's one more piece. There's AHS, there's doctors, there's et cetera, but it's a big moving piece. Right? But we have to change what we're doing. There's no doubt about it. CEO Cassidy, have we had any response back from the consulting firm?
Just that it was a medical emergency and they apologized profusely for missing it. But if you get sick, you get sick.
Yeah.
So once she's on her feet, we will be rescheduling the meeting.
Okay. Yeah, if we can expedite, once we hear that, let's try and get it expedited and maybe check even in a couple of weeks. And if it's going to drag out, maybe we need to take the steps like Councillor Stevens said and get sat at the table here and counsel the council and have a discussion on it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that we need to bring in our regional partners in this too. At some level, they need to be, I mean, whether you're at Roshan Sands or White Sands or at Denelda or Big Valley, they utilize our doctors and especially our emergency Roshan Sands does. And I think we also have to get it across to the province that at any given long weekend, you know, the area around Buffalo Lake can surge to 10,000 people. So I think they need to understand that, yeah, we're sometimes not the most active place in the world, which I kind of like, but I also realize that we do serve and have some pretty big activities going on in our community. So
I've taken that number forward. It basically doubles our community size. The lake can double our community size. And
but I think our community partners, and I'm not, maybe they can't contribute big dollars, but they do need to have some buy-in. Whatever that buy-in is, I don't know, but it needs to be something.
okay, I've got some. You got a comment or just?
No.
Okay. Well, you see it, okay.
Okay.
So do we need to accept
This for information or make them like to check into this event? We have to.
Mr. Chairman, what I would like to make the motion that, and you know, like we did with the fire department to maybe create a little bit of a solve a problem. I think this should be a standing order on our updates at our council meetings till we, and I don't know if we'll ever solve the problem, but I think it should be something that every time that we sit, we have a discussion about this. That's how important this is to our community. It's not something that is going to go away, and we need to solve it ultimately.
But as you bring forward our other regional members, there's another key word that you keep saying, and I have a hard time because other people at the table aren't saying it. It's community. This is our community. This is our community hospital. And we all have to treat it that way and have the best service we can for all of our residents. And not one party can be riding on another party's shirt tails on this.
And Mr. Chairman, 100%, I agree with you. And I don't know if one of our partners understands how important doctor recruitment. I think they do, but I'm not sure if everybody does. They've got a project going just to the west of us here that is going to be hinged on whether they have doctors or not. That will be very much a very substantial situation for them economically. So, but let's have that conversation and let's have it continue. So my motion would be that we continue doctor recruitment as a standing item on our council meeting sheet. Go forward.
Right now, the $20,000, where does it come out of?
Operating budget.
If I just look back over the last number of years, when there was a policing, all of a sudden they come with requisitions, say like from the province down, that we had to dig up the money. And it went out, we didn't have any choice on it. So I'm just kind of wondering, would there be an appetite, like with the county, that we put something that forward so that people know where the money is really coming from?
we made it
Very
very,
public that we're doing this, and I haven't been questioned ever at all. I've had comments that we need doctors to live here. I know Councilor Grover said the same thing at our meetings. So you got.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, you know, even the old diehard farmers that don't wanna put anything into anything. What is it, $4,000 a year? Said that's cheap, go get 2 or 3 doctors. With this $20,000 thing. And I was utterly surprised a bit because some of them didn't agree to put money into anything, but they do see a value in it. That's cheap, maybe we put in $4,000 or, you know, $8,000 a year, then, and if our fellow partners would go the same, maybe that'll help, I don't know. But we gotta make it, you got to take them, show them around, do that stuff like that, we can do all that. But if we're losing them just because of money, I don't know, I guess might have to buck up and put some more in.
You have another question, Councilor Gender? You had your.
You know, like, I'll have to say, like, even with ourselves, when we started up the business, yes, it is hard for the first 4 or 5 years. So these new doctors, they come in, they've got debt up to their yin yang, and so then all of a sudden it's going to be, say, like another $7,500, $9,000 a month. Is this going to be kind of the part that's going to be where it's going to be the straw that breaks it? So if we can assist them for a few more months, like I would have no problems at least doubling, say, like what the county's putting into it, give them a start.
Joe Casta, you did have your hand up.
Yeah, just to wrap up, because your other delegation is here. So clarity, we'll get the meeting back on, as soon as Amy is feeling better. Is that Amy? Yeah. Are we inviting just the town of Stettler or the surrounding villages?
For this one here, I guess we really haven't did the surrounding villages before. I think maybe we should do the town of Stettler. But I would like to, doctor recruitment is ran by Board of Trade, so that Byron Geddes could hear what was said.
Okay.
And like as those two community members that are quite active in this, that would be
Dave level
Dean Level
or Dean level? So-
and Terry Chesler.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I think that whoever sits on doctor recruitment needs to bring that to them, that a letter from doctor recruitment needs to go out to these other municipalities.
Yeah.
Mr. Lovell is very involved in the White Sands community. So I think it's important that he realizes that everybody has to chip in. He may be a good advocate for that.
And Mr. Chesler also was involved very much with those communities that might be selling houses, but
Yeah, and I'm just saying that it's an important, like, that letter should maybe come from the Board of Trade, that we need them to help out to this one.
Sorry, not done. So, we'll invite the council from the town of Stettler and their senior admin, Mr. Geddes, Mr. Lovell, and Mr. Chesla. So on the agenda, because that's one of the big questions we always get, we're looking for the presentation. Do we want to put incentives on the agenda discussion?
I think we need.
Is there anything else you want on the agenda?
It's an incentives.
and really a brainstorming on how, is it a standard incentive for every doctor? Do you change it if it's a GPA? Do you change it if it's just one with a specialty? Like how do we set this up to try and get as many different styles as we can to our hospital?
So one of the suggestions that I was talking about is, and again, it's for that conversation, but pay their insurance. Maybe it's a case that we don't give them an outright dollar amount, but we buy their insurance for, if they want to be a GPA. There's an insurance component to that comes. So many of them don't want to necessarily take the training and pay for the insurance. And every year that they continue to be here, that insurance is paid. Maybe that's a sticker that keeps them around. And if you have a current doctor that wants to get into that, you're treating everybody equally. So it's not this, the old doctors don't get to have the opportunity. They do if they wanted to practice that. Just thoughts.
I'm open to that conversation, but I'm going back to the KISS principle. We're talking about highly educated, professional, intelligent people. Money's money, whether it's in housing subsidies, incentives, overhead costs, insurance. It's just a money thing, and how they divvy it up, it's really their business. And that's why
I'm talking about treating everybody the same. So if I've been at the table for 6 years and I haven't taken on doing, the anesthesiology because the insurance is I'm not going to see where this happens is if I don't use it very often, I've paid $10,000 for insurance and I'm only going to bill back to the government for $6,000. Why would I do it? It makes no sense. But if it's a freebie, and I'm adding that on to an incentive program over and above as a thought. But that's, like I said, that's a conversation to be had in a session where you are brainstorming.
And we do have a Mr. delegation for in-camera delegations.
Can I make a request that you actually vote on Mr. Nyberg's motion from forever ago, please?
Okay, and we have a motion on the table. Any other questions or call a question? All in favor? And that would be carried.
Also, just to wrap it up, taxation is an option. It's a slippery slope because all of a sudden, if you're taxing to bring new doctors into the area, are you going to be taxed for hospital costs and things like that? So it's a slippery slope. I think way back when Sharon was here, we used to get taxed for medical hospital costs. So.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to bring the delegation and do introductions and then we'll go into camera? Is that what you're thinking?
Is that what we should be doing, Andrew?
I thought there was a presentation first, is there?
We'll let Greg indicate if there's
Is this, like,
This is Bar W. This is a Bar W development. I thought that they were going to present to council, then at one, we were going into camera to discuss.
I think we'll go into camera with them and then kick them out.
because it should have been under delegations if that was.
I was gonna say that is under in-camera delegation.
I know it is, but it should have been under delegations if that's the case, because then that's why it was missed. I missed the 11 o'clock deadline.
Okay.
The presentation can be done in the public, and then we go in. That would be preferred.
Thank you. All right, can I go home, please?
No, you can't. Okay.
That would be great.
Welcome, gentlemen. We'll do introductions. Starting over with Craig.
Field Director, Planning and Development. Button Sign Manager, Technical Services.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Ernie Gender, good morning.
Paul McKay's here, but not at the table. Larry Clark.
Dave Grover, Big Eyes Counselor.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Russ Stillbrick, good morning.
James Howard, Erskine South Warden.
Andrew Richard, Director of Municipal Services.
Hey, Cassidy, see you.
Keith Wilson, Bartleby. Doug Wilson, Bartleby.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Craig. Yeah.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. So I don't have a lot of comments for this first part of the conversation. The opportunity is for in-camera private conversation for Bar W to share their thoughts with council and talk about the 3 draft development agreements that are part of the in-camera agenda that are critical to approval of their development. And then later on this afternoon, we have another in-camera item for me to come back in with council and determine what you'd like to do collectively after having heard from the developer. So really the floor time, Reeve Clark, is for the developer at this stage. And I'll hand it over to them after I get the doors as well.
Councilmember.
So just for clarity, do you want to do the presentation in camera or is it a public presentation?
My recommendation, this is an in-camera presentation of discussion.
I'll give you a motion to go in camera.
No question, all in favor? That's carried. 101, back to order. Okay, we are, our 1 o'clock delegation is Staff Sergeant Russell, Stettler RCMP. Do you need introductions, Cam, or do you know?
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me. Thanks for extending an invitation to lunch. I really appreciate that. I'm hoping that everybody had a chance to look at our Q4 report that I sent out a week or two ago. Got some stats and a few other things that we've been working on. Most importantly, we were engaged with a community engagement session in Erskine to the last quarter there, which was pretty good. I don't know if we had a great turnout, but we definitely had some interest, and the CPOs were there with me as well, so it was good to walk through a bunch of stuff, and not a lot of concerns brought up really in relation to, you know, ongoing issues. There's a couple of isolated spots where people were bringing up, you know, properties that are of concern, but overall our crime stats and things are on the downward trend, knock on wood, and hopefully we keep it that way for a while. We've definitely seen an increase in our traffic enforcement in the area with the CPOs as well as our traffic unit. Unfortunately, our traffic unit is a little bit decimated right now. One of the guys hurt himself pretty bad, and I don't know if he'll be back to work anytime soon. So it does make a difference. And traffic section isn't necessarily a priority for staffing to fill right now. It's more of a priority to keep the boots on the ground and the attachments. So to that end, just to let you know, we've got, we do have 2 hard vacancies at the detachment currently right now, and I'm working with staffing to try and get them filled. We do have a fellow that's supposed to be coming from Peace River who is about a 5 or 6 year member, which is a nice thing. He's got some experience, but they're hanging on to him hard too because they're shorthanded up there. So once somebody's able to fill his spot, then he'll be allocated back to Stettler here. And I believe he's from the White Sands area originally, so it's a good thing. He's a local guy. And we do have a couple of members that are on sick leave right now, but hopefully working with them, we'll get them back to work. So we've got a few, you know, vacancies, but nothing that we can't handle or manage, believe me. And with regards to summer months coming up, really excited to see what that brings. And I don't think the rain brought us quite enough to fill the lake up to the level that we were hoping for, but it's definitely better than nothing. So with that, I just like to ask if there's any questions and comments, concerns from what you guys reviewed over the Q4 reports, and see if there's anything I can address.
Questions?
Councilor Gender?
I guess I've just heard a rumor. It's about distracted driving. And this rumor was someone got a ticket for eating potato chips.
I find that hard to believe unless they were, you know, doing a big bag dump like that or something like that and ran into something as a cause. But it's fairly loosely worded as far as the act goes. When someone's charged with that, they have to be distracted, but we have to be able to prove that they were distracted and how it affected their ability to operate a motor vehicle. So I can't speak to that. I'm not familiar with my members charging anybody with eating potato chips.
It's just a rumor, and every time you hear a rumor, you just like to build act upon it, okay?
Sure, yeah.
Because if you don't know that and hear both sides, it's not way unfair.
No, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if you're thinking that you can drive down the road and eat a Big Mac while steering with your knee, you know, and nobody does that, yeah. That might get you into some hot water, but if you're reaching over and grabbing 1 or 2 potato chips at one time and eating them, that's not going to be your problem. I'm sure of it.
Depends where it's positioned also.
Of course. Yeah, if it's in the back seat, that might not be the best idea.
Really? A really big bag of chips in front of you when you're doing this may not work. Mr. Chairman, I just a couple of things, Cal. You know, my area and Justin's area, I guess it's the Erskine intersection. I think there was an accident there just recently.
There was on Monday, yeah.
Yeah, so that one's always a bad intersection, and I think it's gotten worse with, and I still haven't got the rules of whether you can actually pass on the right-hand side of that.
No, you can't.
I'm understanding that it's an illegal maneuver, but it continues to happen regularly. And especially with G3 putting the trucks in there, it has been an issue. Myself, if you're there and I'm waiting to turn and the car across is waiting to turn, I always scares the shit out of me because I'm turning south and I see the car back there change lanes and booking on her, and I stop and wait, usually give them a really nice signal, a hand signal, because it pisses me off. But I don't know if we got any way of, like, honestly, we need to maybe somehow write a few tickets, and then maybe people would get the message that that's not up there. I don't know how else to communicate that.
Yeah, for sure. I can definitely make that a priority to watch that for a little while and pass that on to the traffic guys too, for sure.
You betcha. And the other one is Highway 11 and 12 intersection. There seems to be an issue of failure to stop. It's a nice big wide intersection, absolutely. Anybody across the way typically and coming off the gravel, so people do the quick shoulder check and continue on their merry way. But it's the one times you don't see that motorbike, which I do like to do, and they're going to take us out, right? And that's, I mean, we're just not as visible on the bikes with 2 wheels versus 4. And I think it's important. And Muir just had a bad accident that not that long ago with a motorbike and a farming equipment. So those, again, just the public needs to be reminded, and that's a no-no, right? So.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, and that intersection you're referring to, it's been problematic for 100 years, I think. I think we, at one point, had the stop signs reversed, and then it was changed the way it is now, and I don't know as though it's made it any better. And unfortunately, you know, it's education is one thing, but then it's ignorance is another thing. And when we quite often stop people and hold them accountable for this stuff, it's quite amazing the backlash that we get because of it.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that that's an excuse by any means, but definitely that's always been on our radar, that intersection. And that intersection is a little bit more unique in that it's the boundary for 2 detachments that's bash on us.
Oh, okay.
So we actually share the, like if it's on the east side, that's us, and then on the west side, it's Bashaw.
At 11 and 12?
Mm-hmm.
So Nevis is Bashaw?
That's 11 and 21.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah, sorry.
11:21.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Thank you for that, Les. 11 and 20, 11 and 12, sorry.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I'm mixed up here. Okay.
Yeah,
So
no,
you're referring to the,
my apologies. I'm the one who's mixed up. Yes, yes.
oh, okay.
Both similar intersections, very similar intersections, yeah. One going north and one's going south. Yeah.
Right.
Intersections, yeah, so.
The intersection month, I believe, is coming up as a priority. Maybe Clint can speak to that.
I believe.
It's usually one in summer, like in June, yeah, something like that. So, and that's when our,
Yeah, the one in Erskine is a big concern.
sure, okay. Yeah, I'll make note of that and we'll try and put some more pressure there.
Mr. Stevens?
I appreciate the public engagement that you did. It wasn't great attendance, but it was a kind of a unique theme that is not new to us, that it was hot button individual residents or zones that are well known to the general public, and that's the bulk of the complaints were around just a couple spots. And I wish it was better attended. So if you're doing another one of those, if you were to share that in advance, I'm sure Nikki could help advertise.
And we did. I'm not sure if you're aware, but I did liaise with Nikki at least a month and a half prior to that engagement just to get it out there. So it went on Facebook.
Yeah.
Like only a couple of days before, because stuff on Facebook can get lost in a day. But yeah, I can look at more advertising in the future if you think that would help. For sure.
I think it's something that possibly we should assist you with.
Yeah. Sure.
Stewart?
Just wondering, is it a trend across rural Alberta to have a shortage of RCP officers in detachments? Is everyone struggling to
throughout Canada.
Throughout Canada?
It's a national problem. Stems from all kinds of different situations and reasons. Recruiting's been a challenge in the past. They've done a lot of proactive work on recruiting recently and have brought our recruiting numbers up way above where we were 3 years ago. So hopefully we'll see some more turnover and some more officers coming out to the field again for us. Retention has also been a bit of an issue. Up until we got a raise a couple of years ago, a lot of the members were going to municipal services because the pay was much better. We're much more competitive now, so that's a good thing. And I'm not sure how attractive being a police officer is to the younger generation right now. It's a little bit tougher to sell because we've been in the spotlight negatively so much, and it's a different animal than when I started, that's for sure. So,
any training facilities in Alberta for CMP?
There is, like our centralized K Division training facilities at the hangar in Edmonton at the airport there, and we do all our tactical training there, and we rent shooting ranges around the province to make sure we keep up on our training and that sort of thing. But actually owned by the RCMP, the only ranges we actually own are in Edmonton, Red Deer, and St. Paul and Edson. So
that's where new recruits can start, or no?
No.
That's where
they'll start in Regina, and they do their 6 months of training in Regina, and then they get posted out to the field where they do their recruit field training. But they're all trained up as far as their tools and everything go, if that makes sense.
Council Gender?
2 or 3 weeks ago, I had a doctor's appointment in Red Deer. We were coming back, going through Erskine. My wife was driving, and we come up to the 835 and 12 intersection. And just before we got there, there was a vehicle that pulled out in front of us, and they continued to go about 55 kilometers through Erskine. So it was one that was below the speed limit in there. And then right at the east side of Erskine, as you get through, the vehicle turned off, and it was an unmarked RCMP vehicle. So I'm not really sure, like, it was something that impedes the proper speed, that sort of thing. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. But
okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
Also too, when you're on your patrols, we'll be having the busy lake traffic kind of where you live, and that 4-way stop has been complained about profusely since it was put in, which I've been through it numerous times. I think it controls traffic quite well. So just keeping a watch out there too, and where you're driving to go home would probably indicate you go through that quite a few times.
I do every day, twice a day, sometimes 3. Yeah.
And every intersection that we have where we have secondaries taken off, that people going around on the right-hand side is a real issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. It's an issue in town even, depending on where you are. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, poor habits, poor drivers. I don't know, their attitude.
Any other questions?
Okay. Let's go.
The guy who was in that accident, a friend of mine. I don't think it was the intersection. He just wasn't paying attention. He had a brain fart and to go across there. And at 7:30 in the morning, I said, oh, you should have slept maybe a couple more hours. And anyhow, it's just nobody got hurt, so that's the main thing.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That was something that I couldn't share, but that seemed to be the case, yes, with that one for sure. Unfortunately, there was no weather factor involved or impeding visibility or anything like that. It was, oops.
Yeah, he drove back to town.
Yep. Yep.
I don't know what I got in with him. No problem.
Thank you.
And yeah, no more questions. Just be confident that I'm here and I'm here to stay. And well, we love living here and we're settled in now, and it's great to be back in the community. So yeah, you're gonna have to get used to this face.
Yeah, and like I said, we welcome you at any of our.
Yeah.
If there is something you need to bring to council's attention, don't feel like you need an invitation. Just make a phone call, and the next available spot will definitely open spot for you.
100%. Yeah, I forgot to apologize for missing the last two because I'd arranged to be here and just.
That's kind of tough when work calls. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Off topic, but thanks for choosing the best ward in the county when you showed.
Could be where the most,
Were you born and raised right close?
In Edmonton.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm from Edmonton and grew up at a lake lot in Wizard Lake, just southwest Edmonton. So I know what the community's like, and I have a boat and love the lake life, so.
Well, thanks for coming in.
coming in.
Okay, thanks, folks. Have a good day.
Sure. Okay, Craig is not in the room either, so is there any order that we should need to follow, Andrew?
No, as long as we're done sometime before midnight, I'm happy.
Let's go to 7.4 quickly. It should be a short discussion.
Are you just trying to get it so that she runs across the building at high speed?
Okay, well, she can
Yeah, we'll
continue on with our agenda.
orders of business while Chris, yes.
6.4 was discussion on Big Valley Bridge with Big Valley Council. Councillor Nyberg brought that forward.
Mr. Chairman, I was just wondering, we'd had a meeting with the Big Valley Council. They were going to take it back and have a discussion about what they were, their plans were to go forward. And they promised us that they would get back to us within the week, and I haven't heard anything. So we get a little bit of an update, or if there is no update, where are we at with this?
There was no update. We've heard nothing.
So, Mr. Chairman, the county ratepayers are basically out $32,000 on a promise from a municipality that, in all intents purposes, I think, in all good nature, decided that they were going to chip in. I'm a little more than disappointed with this. I'm not sure that it shows a willingness to work with us in a fair and equitable way. So I just would like to know what other councillors are thinking.
Councillor Gender.
Have they had any meeting, regular meeting amongst
I think
themselves?
they've had two now, actually. They were supposed to have a meeting that Thursday, the night after.
I have to myself is the fact that we had many other bridges that money could have went towards in our county, and that grant, we could have been applying for grant funding within our county that were as critical to the county as what we felt we were convinced that bridge was to Big Valley. So I do feel that yeah, we should have got a response back on it, and I don't know go forward what our next steps will be.
Well, in what happened with Drayton Valley and Brazos County, I mean, they went to an arbitrator, and the arbitrator made the county pay for stuff that wasn't even part of the program. I'm not sure if it's do we do something like that? I don't want to go down there. I wish this was dealt with. Even if they gave us a no, we're not paying for it, at least we know what to go forward. But not to give us absolutely no indication. It really is unfortunately, that is a huge snub. I think they're totally disrespecting us on this one.
They do have a fairly new council there, and they did express a bit of a financial crunch that they might need some time to get this paid. So I definitely wouldn't get too excited right away, but I think it might be in order if our CO could write a letter to their CO and just ask if there's any word yet on it. That might prompt it. I think start with a gentle approach just to get the ball rolling. If they've Yeah, I'll do that. Our CO contact the Big Valley Village CO just to see where they're at on it, if there's any word yet on their position.
Can't remember which counselor suggested, but I think it was a very generous offer of letting them spread it out over a number of years in order to pay it back. I think that was a nice olive branch that was extended to our municipality. In regards to the Brazos, I am not willing to go down that route. I disagreed with their decision then, so I'm not going to be a part of that. But I mean, we've we've learned a very valuable lesson that, trust but verify. And sometimes that trust takes a long time to rebuild. And we have learned our lesson, but surely our partners realize that when they, even this week, they're calling with what, for lack of a better term, they view as an emergency and they want assistance, they have to realize that we're not going to come at their beck and call when we cannot trust a verbal conversation or agreement.
Well, and then to set the record straight, I think it was Councillor Grover that set out the olive branch to offer to have them pay. So, and I'm fine with that. And this isn't about the money as much as it is the principle of being able to have the opportunity to treat your partners with just common courtesy and common respect. They've had a couple of meetings since now. I get it. They are a new council, but they've been around. Their CEO's been dealing with this. One of their councillors been around for a number of years now. This isn't like this is to have common courtesy is not something that you need to be on council for a number of years. This is just having respect for the partners that you deal with. And I'll be honest, I am thoroughly disappointed with how they've dealt with this, because I think we've been very nice and we've been very courteous. And to our maybe chagrin sometimes, Big Valley was one that we favored quite readily in taking care of a lot of their issues and concerns. And then to be having dealt with like this, it really does, it bothers me. And I'm past the point of even sending them a letter. I don't know if that's, the ball's in their court. How many times do you ask somebody to, hey, you want to play date? You want to play date? You want to play date? No.
We've got a motion.
Yeah.
Your opportunity.
I think that would be good. But yeah, I think I was the one, I think that put it over 3 years or something like that, maybe. I know they're pretty tight down there for cash. If they want to, if this new council wants to say no for what the old council did, then they should just say no and that's fine. And whatever it does to our reputation with them, I guess, but they have to make the decision. But maybe our CEO should, maybe, there, I guess it wasn't loud. Go back and forth with theirs and they'll tell you, this thing didn't work on either? Oh, okay. I thought it was early, we're loud. Yeah, I think first thing is right, our CEO gets hold of theirs and see what they're gonna do. They should make a decision, yes or no, or maybe so. If they can put it over 3 years, that might be all right, or if they're not gonna pay it at all, they should say so. Okay.
Motion on the table to forward a request from our CEO to them.
Through administration.
Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor Nyberg opposed. Okay, so see, we have taxation and budgeting in the room. So we will move to 7.2, request for decision, cancellation of taxes, page 30 of the package.
Mr. Chairman, Sharon, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, good afternoon. We have some oil and gas company that we've exhausted all of our avenues of trying to collect taxes. And they still have some sites out there that have equipment and buildings sitting on the site. And with assessment, we still have to go ahead and assess those. But there's no way of collecting the taxes at this point in time because they're defunct or bankrupt. So I have 9 companies here that I've mentioned in our recommendation, and the total amount of taxes that I'm looking at possibly canceling is $30,000.60. And we'll Also in 2025, well, I will put it on my list to collect the provincial education requisition credit and the designated industrial requisition credit back from the province.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we need to get these off the roll because, of course, they remain on it. We have to go in, we have to tax them. We can't collect the taxes and then the ratepayers end up picking up the bill for like the housing authority, the policing levy, the recreation, things like that. So it's not fair. Province won't clear them off the roll, so we would like to.
Councillor Stevens?
I'll have to plug my nose while I do it, but I will move that we go with staff recommendation 1.
Any questions, concerns? Councillor Nyberg?
Is there any way that we can publish the names of the executives of these companies?
Mr. Ford, expert? I don't think so.
Here's my issue. These guys go under the radar and they do this to us all the time and we play by the rules and we get stuck with another $30,000. I realize this is pretty minor in the whole scheme of things. I realize we're doing this to help administration clean up some of the backlog and the crap that's going on. But at the end of the day, the actual executives, the VP, the president, and the chief financial officer should have their names published and said, you know what? Remember back in the days when you wrote a bad check at the gas station or whatever, the guy's name was up on the thing saying, hey, you know, bad debts, don't deal with this crap. That's what these guys are. And they're just going to go on and do it again and again. There should be some registry that we can put them on to say, listen, these guys are jerks.
The AAR has that list.
Yes.
Also, it's a catch-22. With the buildings still being out there, they're only probably being assessed at a low amount. But the assessors still have to pick up those buildings until which time that location is everything's moved off and the reclamation is created. That's what most of these are. Okay. So there's still some, I guess, work at the provincial level to iron out how exactly to handle all of these because right now, a lot of these may be sitting in the Orphan Well Association. If somebody looks at a certain well and would like to put it back into production, they can't because there's outstanding taxes. The ministerial order that was put on last year did clean up a lot of big issues, but there's still some issues that are connected with it that need to be looked at.
Okay. Any other questions? We have a motion on the table. Councillor Grover, you had your...
Yeah, well, I would only just the head ones, if there's shareholders or whatever, it'd be nice if you could just embarrass them too. That'd be great.
There's a reason why there's no list in the gas station for the guy with the bad check, right? You can't do that anymore.
Nobody writes checks anymore.
I hate writing off these that just
Right. The shareholder, the shareholder's taking a big loss.
Yeah, no, it's the VP, it's the president, it's the VP, and it's the chief financial officer who I think needs to be.
You may be going too far with all shareholders. Well, they have no control over it. So let's say it's Canadian Pension Fund. They are a shareholder of that company. Are we going to try and shame pension funds too?
Yes.
Because every one of us is being shamed then. Like, you have to draw the line somewhere.
Oh, that makes no sense.
Councillor Grover?
We didn't write off 30,000 to Village of Big Valley, but we're gonna write them off to Kirk that steals from us?
It's 10.
I don't know.
It's 10.
Okay. I was just gonna add. Have I got the floor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just gonna add, like, this is a $30,000 added to more than 10 million of unpaid taxes. But it's got to be done. I mean, if they're defunct and it's got to move on. For sure.
Okay, we have a motion, I'll call the question, all in favor? Carried. Okay. You were in here for the water hookup too, also, Sharon? Okay, so we'll move to 7.3. Request for decision, water hookup request, page 33 of the package.
We have a resident that has requested to connect to the county water line. The county ratepayer is directly adjacent to the water line. They're presently, right now, they're hauling water from the White Sands transfer site. So it's basically hooking in. The 15,000 would be expensed out from our revenue for the normal revenue connections. So the recommendation is that council authorize administration to construct a water service connection for the northwest of 21, 40, 20 west of 4th, with expenses up to 15,000 to be funded from the revenue from connection fees, and the remaining balance would come from reserves.
Councilor Stevens?
I'll move option number 1 of staff's recommendation. As basic as it gets. You don't even have to cross the road for the connection.
So it won't exceed the 15,000, will it?
No, it's just our template motion has reserves, the rest to cover reserves.
No, because if it does, that's a different question. Okay, so it would be under the 15. Councilor Jenner?
To entice a little bit of a competition, can we send this out for a tender? Or look for some bids?
Typically, we only go out once a year, and I believe we did in January for vault prices and installs. Is basically a
Unit price?
Yeah, a unit price each year, and we do double check that each year.
So that due diligence is done already, Councilor Jenner?
But there's quite a bit of difference. There is, okay, there's on here, there's no directional drilling, there's nothing, it's just hourly rates that we work with.
Yeah, and so they all vary, obviously, but we get the unit rates, and compare to locals annually. We try not to do it on each basis, just because typically we want to make a partnership with somebody that can bring in some stock, get a few meter vaults in there for the year kind of thing, and then that gives them a bit more surety that we're working with them for the year.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Okay, then we have request for decision approval of revised 2024 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Krista, you want to present?
Thank you. So what we have before you is the revised budget for 2024 with the 2025 to 2027 attached as well, which is a requirement. Those are just strictly for planning purposes. So what this budget has in it is the tax adjustment to do with an increase to 3% to residential, 5% increase to farmland, 3% non-res and M&E. And what we have here is also some assessment changes. So just when I've gone through this budget with council before, I'm just going to jump screens quickly here. So the revised budget has some changes to do with projects that got carried forward from 2023 to 2024, as well as some expenses that had to be adjusted that weren't included. Fire was an issue with knowing that the fire department was going to have some changes. So there's changes within the fire budget. We had some changes. We had adjustment to some of the wages that needed to be reflected accurately. Increase to our interest revenue. Repairs and maintenance to the protective services building, and adjustments to some of the grants. So this budget, at the end of the day, with the tax and assessment changes and the adjustments to reserves that we reflected, we're showing a bottom line of a net profit of 1616.
so $1,616. So we're looking for council to approve the revised budget, and then we'll be rolling into passing the tax bylaw.
I sent out information so that you had the information on the different scenarios for tax increases. So hoping that you would feel comfortable going forward.
I would make the motion that we go ahead with the revised budget.
The revised budget projects a 3% to residential, industrial and M&E, or commercial and M&E, commercial industrial M&E, 5% for farm.
And we were 5% straight across the line at the last budget, were we not?
No, we were 3 and 5 for.
This matches the approved budget.
It matches exactly what council
This is
is.
exactly what we had discussed. As far as tax increases go, nothing's changed on that portion.
Okay, is there any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor Grover opposed?
Thank you, council.
Mr. Chairman, did you want to move to the tax rate bylaw?
That is
9.1 on page 74.
Nine point one, bylaw 1721-24, 2024 tax rate bylaw for first, second, and third readings, possible third readings.
I'll move that we give it first reading. May?
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Councilor Gender?
Second place.
Questions, concerns? Call the questions, all in favor? Councilor Nyberg?
Go to third reading.
Call the question, all in favor? Councilor Stevens?
I'll give you two.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christie, you go.
Okay, we've jumping all over here, but water, should we stay in our bylaws? Do you need them?
There's no rush now. If you'd like to return to the order today, that's fine.
Okay. We will go back to 6.5, burning permits within the county, and that was Council Stolberg, but also in our waste transfer sites.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I can deal with the kind of easy stuff. So I sent it while we were in this meeting. I sent a email to our county chief asking him how he felt about lifting the fire restriction. I sent it to Councilor Stolberg. He didn't have an issue with reducing the restriction to an advisory and issuing 5-day permits for brush pots, small brush pots. He still is of the opinion that we shouldn't be issuing 14-day permits or permits for large windrows at this time. The weather forecast is next week still shows hot weather with no moisture. And so this would be his recommendation. We could do that, but we have to be able to adjust the software or the program that we have written for fire permits, and that could take some time. So we couldn't do it immediately.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario would be first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if we do that, what is at the end of that 5 days to ensure that it's not a still, you know, in 10 days could still have ash and stuff.
Yeah.
Councilor Stolberg?
Yeah, I think if you issue a 14-day permit, they could wait till the 14th day to do it. And in 2 weeks, the situation would be so much different than it is today. So I think that's why he shortened it up. If you're going to burn, do it right now while it's still really wet. And then we'll assess if the weather brings on a lot of green grass and we get maybe some more showers and things, then at that time, he'll probably assess if you'll totally lift it or if we should keep it in place. Depends what happens. But I think that's why the shorter window.
And I will say that both Ivan and Dwayne seem to be out and about a lot more. So I think that they are going out and they're checking these.
I hope so, because that was, last Friday was very alarming the way that fire jumped all over the place. The wind was going every direction. And
So that would be the easy one.
Yeah.
The hard one was this fire was started by, at Gadsby on Friday afternoon, was started by a burning pit at a transfer station. So I did meet with Dwayne Monday morning. He was not happy, to say the least. And Rennie is away on holidays, so I would have had him at the meeting, but he wasn't available. So he did talk to me about that Stettler Waste Management should not be burning when we are under a fire restriction number 1. And if they absolutely have to burn because the garbage is blowing everywhere, then they need to make arrangements with the fire department, and we would probably either have a truck, a brat out there, or a county water truck, so that we have the ability to get at it right away if it loses control, and that absolutely under no circumstances is a fire to be lit and then the operator drive away. Those fires are to be supervised at all times. So I did contact our manager who was on vacation and out in the golf course, and I went over these with him. And I will be following up with a letter or memo, which will lay out quite clearly how we're going to handle burning at the transfer sites. So the county of Stettler responded. This is a county fire. Stettler Waste is a affiliate of ours, and we do all the administration for them. We could bill Stettler Waste Management for the expenses that the county endured by going out putting the fire out. That way, that cost is spread amongst all the members of Stettler Waste, not just the county, but that's council's discretion.
I would like to see it as much so as a discussion of their board.
We could put it on the agenda.
Because that, to me, because when I was there and county won't issue permits, but they're burning themselves. You explain it, but I don't appreciate that. Because that was what was getting thrown back as it was a county fire, right?
Yeah, they did admit, Stettler Waste did admit that the operator went, he thought that it was wet enough and he lit it and left. And that was the number 1.
Yeah, the other part of that, I don't know the availability of keys.
I do believe one of the fire trucks pulled in and had keys, but at that point, there'd been fenced and cut for other trucks to get through and not using approaches, et cetera, which is just putting our equipment at a higher risk of getting damaged too.
Yeah, I will have that discussion with the manager when he gets back.
And just to make sure that the key is there, because
I know that the fire chief did not have keys when he came.
Okay.
And he was trying to figure out any way to get in there. Councilmember?
Mr. Chairman, and I think, at the end of the day, unfortunately, maybe we should send a bill to them, whether or not the board, if it didn't get paid, we could cancel the bill, but I think that's a good way to have that discussion with them go forward, because at the end of the day, it needs to have this is what it costs the county of Stettler to do this. We've had operators in a different department open a valve that cost us a lot of money. We paid the price. We didn't have a partner to share that with, but I think the management needs to get it through that, hey, don't do these things. You have to be responsible for what's going on. It's easy just to say, I didn't know. Yeah, you didn't know, but it did cost somebody a bunch of money.
Mr. McCain, I sit on that board. By all means, let's have a discussion.
Just want to note for your guys' information that each of the transfer stations are subject to a special fire permit. They're fire permits that don't have expiries on them, but that can be suspended in accordance with the fire restrictions and the same general requirements we have of the public, including attendance at the sites, wind speeds, having sufficient tools to control the fire. All of those conditions apply to them as well. So one of those conditions as well does require that the permittee pay the cost of fighting any fires arising from the fire they light. So it should be fairly clear to everyone involved that was the expectation.
Councilor Stolberg and then Councilmember.
Yeah, I think a proper route of this is to send an invoice to Stettler Waste Management. It is a separate entity. It's under their management. They erred in judgment on starting a fire during a fire restriction. So I think it'll get their attention much better than if we just sweep it under the rug. So I would make that motion that the Stettler Waste Management is billed for this fire.
And that's just where I was at. And the other thing is I have full confidence that it will be brought forward by our members and our administration, of course, which is their administration. But at the end of the day, to know exactly what the actual cost of that fire is we should have two, because what are we going to bill
We would bill them based on our prescribed rates under our fee bylaw. So what would that be, an hour per unit up to a maximum of 5,000?
So
Well, the maximum can be waived in a case such as this.
So we had two or three fire or water trucks, Joe.
It was 2 water trucks.
Water trucks. Yeah.
So I'm just kind of wondering, do we have a limit just like they would with a, okay, so they're paying the full shot. Okay. I didn't know because if they were an entity or not, that there would be a cap on it, but so they need to know the.
Usually we don't bill them.
Yeah, and specifically, I would, to be honest, I would consider them even as an agency to be a ratepayer and be applicable to the same caps, but those caps don't apply when you're in contravention of the fire permit bylaw. And that's a bylaw that council recently amended to make that language a lot clearer.
No, and I'm good. Just so that you have the numbers, because they may not understand the cost involved in this.
Yeah, well, there was 2 water trucks, at least 2 tenders out there, 2 brats, and then sport. So there was a lot of trucks out there.
Yeah, mechanic.
Mechanic, something.
We had a mechanic out something.
Okay, so, and Friday night. So,
Yeah, we'll build them if that's council's direction.
Motion from Council Stillman in the table, we'll call question
All
on
in favor? Nothing be carried. Do you need a motion as far as the burn permit?
I don't believe so. Anything with the fire ban or fire advisory?
The burn, we talked about burn
The
permits.
fire department's still me.
Yeah, actually, it's CAOs and our delegates still now.
In conjunction with the fire chief, so
Yes.
I'll take care of it.
Council Stevens.
I'd prefer not to make a motion. I like to leave those decisions to our fire team. I'd like to avoid us getting involved in that as much as possible.
I think it's
They're comfortable. If it was standard 14 days, I just needed to know what.
okay.
Because you can always, it gets real hot out, you can just shut them off anyhow.
You can, but this way encourage them. So if you're going to burn and fire chief believes you that it's safe to burn right now, you get your permit and you burn. You know, get your permit, go home, have a picnic, maybe go on a vacation, then come back and start to burn.
I don't.
Yeah.
We didn't have 4 inches of gas, but I'm still a little nervous if I see.
Yeah, I hear you.
I will point out with that discussion as well, if the fire permit or the fire ban status does change, so say things dry up really quicker than we expected, then we would implement the new fire restriction or fire ban, and that includes the cancellation of existing permits, and then we phone every current permittee and let them know, okay, no, you're out of time. Put it out if it's still lit, and if it's not lit, you missed your chance.
Okay, 7.1 request for decision dust control request.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I presented this option to you at the committee of the whole, and you asked me to bring it back to council for approval. This is for 19.3 from the railway tracks to 39.2, and this is because of the concentration of commercial businesses that we have on this roadway. At the committee of the whole, council chose the MG30, 2 applications for a total cost of $37,326.24. It was not a budgeted item, so it will either come out of the current operations or reserves for 2024.
Councilor Stevens.
In passing, I ran into one of the residents that live on this particular road. He said he voiced no concerns about the dust in the 7+ years that he's lived it. He said, short of one residence there, they're all very mature shelter belts, and a lot of them are set back from the road, with one notable exception. And a bunch of those residents are directly beside the railroad tracks, which is quite a rough crossing. So he said, we're set back, we haven't had issues, and traffic is quite slow when they cross the tracks. So if we're going to go this route, I would like to be a little more targeted with the commercial, the area surrounding the commercial enterprises. If the residents aren't requesting it, why would we spend the money?
Other questions, concerns? Councilor Denner?
Like that. There's mainly two businesses that are the real concerns.
LairTech, DNR or Nix, whatever they're calling it. And then we've got the Ryan Nix's company, and we have TAC Oilfield.
Are they contributing anything themselves?
Other than commercial taxes. Councilor Stewart?
Well, it is a resource road, and we've applied lots of similar operations to resource roads in other areas of the county. So I'm quite satisfied that this is probably an option that we should be looking at. And I think it's the stops and starts, I know what are usually not smooth. So I like continuous myself. And I mean, there's lots of traffic coming in from the west or north to the elevator and stuff like that too. So it's a variation of use. So I think it's probably a good idea. I would support it. Sure.
Councilor Denner?
Are the residents along 39-2 at the top end of 19-3 that are also looking at dust control or suppressant?
We did get a concern expressed to us to the west of 19.3 on 39.2.
Just that intersection, I think we talked about doing that
Intersection.
Yeah, we would go up and do the intersection.
Intersection's always been quite bad there.
That T intersection.
Yeah, just slides, yeah.
And that more of a safety concern in that intersection.
So like there's off to the west, they do live probably about 100 yards off. There is one right at the intersection. I say like that is a definite, but I'm more for say like the targeted in order, being that we do not have it in the budget. I would say we do 200 yards or meters in front of the on 1939-2 at the end of 19.3, and then equivalent to, let's see, there's Hydrovac or Hydrodig, LairTech, DNR. I believe there's three of them in there that we focus on.
TAC's out there too, TAC Oilfield, that's out there.
Councilor Bauer?
So just, Mr. Chairman, through to administration and Joe in this case more than anything. What's your thoughts on this as far as starts, stops? And I know the grader operators drives them nuts if they have to start, stop, and then you're doing a small little section of gravel, you got to run down there. If you do the whole thing, we're basically not going to grade this road for a little bit, but you're going to have to still put a grader on for the 50 feet between the two cutoffs. I'm just thinking that if we did the whole thing, and I'll be honest, this one is a non-issue for me. I'm thinking more from an administration point of view. If it costs us a few extra bucks, maybe it's a cost saving without running a grader down there. But Joe might have a better insight for us.
Sure, yeah, the issues that you get, thank you to the chair, the issues that you get are typically the transitions between non-dust control and dust control. So you start to get break up of it, and then you get issues with it as well. You do get issues with it in the transition periods. So in between dust control and standard gravel roads is always the issue. So if you were to drive down the airport road here and see when it transitions from asphalt dust control to dust or to gravel roads, should we say, that's where you see the largest amount of issues and problems. And we also get the largest amount of people stop starting, hammering on brakes and issues with it. It does cause issues for grader drivers. The grader operators don't like it either. It will really slow them down in that section of road. And it would definitely be the recommendation you would do the full thing rather than the stop start on it. There's a lot of extra work involved in it for sure.
Are we getting too far in the weeds? All the businesses are directly adjacent to each other. Rather than do a patch in front of them, do one continuous swath in front of all the commercial. You minimize your stop starts. That would be my preference.
You're still going to be throwing a grader down that road for the little bit of gravel. But I'm just, again, not my not my hill to die on. I'm not really as concerned with either way. I just thinking from a maintenance standpoint, if we do the whole thing, the grader doesn't have to go down there for the summer, basically, is what I'm thinking.
Councilor Stover?
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Nyberg on this one because no matter how careful you are when you grade, you always push gravel onto the oil section and you shorten it up every time because, or unless you pull up your blade behind and leave a rough spot, like it's not a perfect science to get this. It just is difficult. And I know when we oiled in front of Botha Cemetery, for that very same reason, we didn't leave that section between to the south of it to the highway. The whole section was done in one continuous piece.
That was also the bridges in there too.
Yeah, so that to me it makes sense to be continuous because it is a resource road, is what I'm going on. It's a resource road and it's in Ernie's board, but I mean we don't do a ton of work in his board, so I think this one deserves it.
Councilor Stevens?
What's the direction currently then? Are we on the hook for this annually? Do we communicate, we foot the bill this time? If you want dust control in the future, we'd appreciate a partnership. What's the direction of council? Because if we're not committing every year of doing this annually, then I think we should communicate that now before we do it the first time.
This isn't the first time either, though.
I think we've done it every few years. We've got it through dust control. Mr. Chairman, if I could, unfortunately, the discussion we're having is a good discussion. I think what we need to do is, at the end of the day, set a budget, let administration deal with it. If they feel that they could save a few dollars by doing a patchwork deal on this, they do it. If they feel that it saves and makes more sense to do the whole thing, use the entire $37,000 and deal with it, that's who should make that decision. We could sit here and speculate whether it's good to run a grader over 50 meters or not 50 meters. At the end of the day, we don't get paid enough to make those decisions.
I'll make a motion that we dust suppressant from 100 meters south to administration to 100 meters south of the very, with those three businesses there, up to the intersection, and then 200 yards in front of the immediate residence on 39-2, or at the discretion of Public Works on how they really want to carry out. They do have a maximum area to work with.
That was a kind of detailed one.
Vendor, and as we went through this, I guess one thing is I think we had expectations, people wanted something closer to an MC 250 originally. And we said that the only way we would do it is with like the MG 30. So that was part of the big cost savings there too. So I do think we're getting pretty deep into this, but it does come to that piece where I know I have a couple roads in my area where we have that. And it's just a continual complaints about that transition piece.
So, Mr. Chairman, I am completely confused with Ernie's, that motion says do a detailed portion, but if you don't want to do a detailed portion, do whatever you want to do up to the 37,000. Can we just clarify that we leave it in administrations up to 37,000? If they can save some money, they do. If they don't, they don't.
Sounds good.
Okay. Michelle, does that make sense to the motion should read that we instruct administration to apply MG30 based on two applications for 37, 3, 26, 24. And if there are cost savings up to a maximum, and if there are cost savings to utilize them to the best of their ability. That fair, makes sense? Okay. That works for you, Mr. Gender? Yeah. I will even let that stay in Mr. Gender's
friendly amendment?
Yeah.
Amendment, yeah.
Oh, boy. We have to vote on the amendment?
No, we're just, that's the motion. Out of my mouth.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. That's, okay, let's, did you order supper?
Not yet.
I very easily can, counselors. Just give me the signal.
Okay, 7.5 should be a little easier. Request for decision re Seniors Week 2024. Councilor Nyberg.
Mr. Chairman, this one is 100% straightforward, and I'd like to make a motion that that the County of Stettler number 6 proclaim June 3rd to 9th, 2024 Seniors Week. And that the County of Stettler number 6 participate in preparing seniors celebration activities in collaboration with the town of Stettler, and that the County of Stettler number 6 recognize our senior centers in our hamlets, villages, and by attending an agreed upon schedule and providing fruit trays. That was a motion.
What happened to the or?
Oh, you got to do it all of it, Ernie.
And you wouldn't let the old guy do it.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions, concerns on Seniors Week? Councilor, you're voting?
Oh, I'm voting.
Call the question, all in favor?
We're gonna be here till midnight.
Okay. 7.6, request for decision, request for letter of support, page 64 of our package. Could you update our screen there, Adam?
Yep, certainly.
It sounds like Nikki is also trying to connect Mr. Lee.
Oh, is Nikki trying, is she warbling a little bit there?
I'm here.
Okay, Nikki.
Hi.
Did you want to present this RFD, Nikki?
Sure, as long as I have some bandwidth. Can you hear me all right?
You betcha.
All right. So we received a request from the Erskine Curling Club seeking some support from the County of Stettler in the form of a letter as they apply for the Community Facility Enhancement Program funding to replace their ice plant system and perform some other upgrades at their very well-used facility. And that's all I've got for you. There's a little more in the general if you want to know the details of their plans.
And if I may, Councillor, we also got an additional request this morning from the Nevis Community Hall for the same grant funding for a letter of support.
So it wasn't our competition for this grant fund?
I'm sure there is.
Not the community facility enhancement, the one they just won, wasn't it the co-op? or-
BSAF, I believe it was, and they actually won that, so that was a 25 grand grant that they got for that. There are 2 projects that they're planning right now, and they won't all get done this year. Their ice facility as well as their insulating on their roof and spray foam, they're substantially north of 200,000 so to complete the tubes. The $25,000 grant they were awarded does not cover much.
So I think what
I
Mr.
will-
Stevens is saying, yeah.
I will make a motion that we provide a letter of support for the Erskine Curling Club for the CVIP funding.
And we're not putting money in?
Typically, you don't have to.
I know that. I just wanted to make double sure. Yep, okay.
There's no request for funding. Any other questions, concerns on that? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. The Nevis request will be like
You're welcome to deliberate it now. They're looking for an application for the same sort of thing, specifically regarding drilling a water well and putting in a cement sidewalk to support wheelchair access.
I'll make the motion that we support the Nevis Hall with a letter. When you provide that info, can you also provide the links to the potential government grants in the way of water well connections and new drilling?
Any other questions, concerns on that? Call the question, all in favor? That was carried.
Okay, 7.7, request for decision re-award septic load and haul contract addition, page 6.
Mr. Chairman, I'll let either Joe or Kara take this one. Or were you itching to take it?
You might touch it.
No.
Mr. Chair, so we have had the sewer contract that expired last week, I believe. So we tendered it back out and we only received one submission back through, which is Sutton Septic Services. The price has went up quite a bit, but without this contract in place, we would be dire straits up there. So I'm very glad to see that the current residing tender is the same one that we're using. We have discussed with this applicant a number of different effective measures for odour control, so both carbon filters, some rubber seals, some plugs for the stingers and the hoses up there. And we have also discussed some of the issues and problems that he's had over the last couple of years. Things like people parking in front of the septic receptacles. So we are going to line the area up there for him, and we are going to work alongside him. The main cause for the increase was the road bans and the amount that he actually has to physically go up and down there, and the fact that he might be looking at other restraints and constrictions on that road accessing into the area as well. So he factored them in. We did have a number of on-site meetings with other applicants, but none of them actually put forward a tender. So that was our one tender that we got back for us.
Question for administration. I know previously we looked at a pump internal to the tanks so that we could look at a broadening our bids and get tank trucks involved as opposed to just back trucks. Where did we end up?
So yeah, through the chair, a couple of options that we looked at was internal pumps. So internal macerating pumps, we don't feel as if that would be particularly a fantastic option, since it's a kind of barreled fiberglass tank inside. We weren't sure how that was going to operate. But one of the things that we did want to try and look into would be a metering station or some form of light that would show the volume that's physically inside the tanks. So utilities is looking into that just now for us. We would implement that over the coming months to make sure that there's enough information that we're getting to know that how much is actually in the physical tanks.
Next question is, previously there was complaints about multiple trips and the top up. In our bid, does it include taking full or 75% loads, or is it at your leisure, whatever volumes you so decide?
Well, it would be restricted down to what the road uses are and the agreements that we've got in place as well. So
that's the cap. But the complaint earlier was he may show up, or whoever was doing the hauling, multiple times the same day. And he would do a small tank in the village and then top up a couple hundred liters while he was in the area. And it would, the nuisance was sort of compounded when you're there a half a dozen times in one day.
So I'm pretty sure Joe and Kara went through that with them at the site meeting because I was pretty adamant about it.
Is it in writing? How is it agreed upon?
It would.
We can make it form part of the agreement for sure.
So a couple of things. How does this, what did we have last time? It was a cost per load?
It's like double, right?
It was similar in that it was a monthly rate. We had a few other bids last round that had cost per load and cost per kilometer, and we had to factor that out to what it would approximately be annually. But this does represent nearly a doubling of the rate.
So where I have a little bit of concern on a per hour basis here, if like Mr. Stevens says, he picks up a load of 50% or 25%, drives down to Erskine, and it's a half an hour round trip or hour round trip or whatever, comes back and does that again. And instead of doing it at full capacity, where's our touch on this?
Well, he's quoting a monthly rate, right?
It's fixed regardless of how many
regardless of how many rates.
But this is a per hour basis.
No, that's just incidental work if we ask for additional stuff.
Okay.
We always have that in these tenders as well. So that
286 right behind.
Yeah. And what is the period of this contract? How long?
we advertised a 3-year term.
So these rates get passed on to the residents of Buffalo View Estates and Buffalo Sands. So they're going to double because this should be like at no cost to the county of Stettler.
90, I'm just trying to think on a yearly, we're going to spend more than 80,000 or no?
Yeah, it'll be roughly, what we figure,
Almost 100,000.
95?
Or no,
Yeah, between 95 and 97,000. It's formally about 55.
I'm just wondering where does the breakout change where we buy a unit of our own and pump that out ourselves?
Long after 95,000.
You're saying that now, but I'm not so.
I always like control, but I don't need even a napkin to do that math to a certain enough degree that we're not there yet.
The example for the hourly incidental is previously there was a motion made about getting these tanks inspected in the one community.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
There was a fair bit of additional work to get them.
The tank in 5 years, yeah. Because it took them forever to get it out.
That would be where the hour would kick in. Wish that we had more competition, but
We can retender.
it's,
But the problem is it's expired, right? So right now we're paying them probably $175 just to keep the tank empty. Or,
We're in the lower usage time.
yeah.
Coming up to the other. Stewart?
yeah. I'm prepared to make the motion to award this contract to Sutton Septic Services Stettler as per their bid submission.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Were you in favor? You're opposed? Councilor McKay is opposed. I won't ask you how you'd like to dispose of that sewer then.
Oh, no, but.
I get like slow, isn't it?
Okay. Agenda items. 8.1 memo request to approve fire purchase. Page 67 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the memo is pretty straightforward. You will also see the request from the basically the Stettler Volunteer Fire Department and the new Stettler Volunteer Firefighters Association. This was the same request made to the town. And then I attached the actual bill for the CDUs and the letter from the town saying that they have declined the donation.
Councilmember?
I got a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. Did we get any indication why the town declined this? Is there something we don't know? Is there some issue behind these that are all of a sudden, and it was unanimous, like they basically said they didn't want nothing to do with this. So I'm a little concerned. Are we going to piss off our partners if we accept these now? There's a number of issues that I have to go forward.
County Council asked administration to contact the town to get some questions answered that you want answered to feel comfortable with this. We have not received any answers to those questions. So basically it has been stalled, waiting for those answers. And so the town moved forward and brought this to their meeting. I asked, I did send an email, I think I copied you on it, where I asked that if the town was taking the insurance off the CDUs, that they be removed from Station 1 because they become a liability, especially where they're parked. I could see a county tender backing over it. And I don't want to deal with that liability, so I'd like them out of Station 1. But they said that they would leave the insurance on the CDs until County Council has made a decision.
Stevens?
Can I follow up on?
I'll just answer that one, then you can go. If you read the way their motion was worded, they seem to be deferring. We don't want them in our sole ownership. We want them to be part of the joint fire service agreement. So it isn't that they moved by Councillor Baker that the town of Stettler Council decline the Stettler Volunteer Fire Department and Stettler Volunteer Firefighters Association's donation of the 2 Sea-Doo watercraft and 1 caravan model trailer valued at X amount to allow for the appropriate allocation of these assets for rescue services within the modernized joint fire services agreement. So the way I get that is, they want it to be a joint.
If I can speak to
I
that.
don't get that either.
Yeah, so my assumption on this, so we can see clarification from the town, particularly based on the text that follows the motion, specifically indicating that that's a rejection of the ownership of the assets and that they would remove it from their insurance policy. So that doesn't really support that they were looking to do it jointly, especially because the request was to do it jointly from the two groups. What I presume they're referring to in this motion is that, of course, we've committed to setting out a level of service across the department. And the agreement does speak to if the level of services that different municipalities want offered do not align, then the municipality who wants that level of service is responsible for the full cost of that. So for example, if the town of Stettler didn't want to support a level of service of watercraft rescue, which it's not unreasonable, then this is exactly what they would do. And we would then, if we wanted to offer that service, we would be responsible for 100% of the cost of the training of our joint members instead of the usual 50. 100% of any of the incidental costs with that, with any equipment that might be joint, and 100%, responsible for the cost of any actual rescue operations. So that's how I took that to mean that they just wanted it to fit within that framework. But we can certainly seek additional clarity.
Well, and in the letter that it says here specifically to Station 1, I have some real issues with that as well. If and when at some point in time, miraculously, that we came up with a bunch of money and built a fire hall out at the lake, that would be where I would say these are to be located, not to be dictated to by this, specifically to Station 1. So I get it. We got a letter from our administration stating that this may be the best thing to take these over, but I still don't have a budgetary item of what training is going to be. Like, what is it going to cost and how many members and what goes forward? Like, what are we talking about? Are we talking $20,000 a year to keep staff trained, or is it $10,000 a year? I would really like to know that cost of on go forward basis before I accept this. So.
I just wanted to clarify, I think the intent of the letter naming Station 1 is because it's more that they're referring to the joint partnership between the town and county. If Station 1 is the only joint station, and this letter does read with an intent for both municipalities to take it on jointly. So to be honest with the town declining the offer, I'm not sure if this original letter, the offer in it stands, that it would not necessarily default to we could have sole ownership. That may need to be a discussion.
Councilor Grover?
My vote will be to have nothing to do with these Sea-Doos. We had a death at the lake, and it took the fire rescue from Red Deer to find the body. And I think that we should leave that alone, and we should we hire Red Deer to come. They got cadaver dogs and everything else. If that is what these Sea-Doos are there for, I don't think we should take it. I don't think we want them. So thank you.
Initially, before they were purchased, there was discussion on partnering to purchase, and I think the county was approached. And at that time, we said, well, we may be interested, but we'd have to have equal or buy-in by our partners at the lake, like Summer Villages, if they're interested in. So I think we could go somewhere route with the maintenance costs and upkeep and training and all that, to approach the Summer Village to see if they are interested in contributing something to that, to keep these Sea-Doos. And I know it wouldn't be for recovery, but for rescue missions perhaps.
Whatever.
Well, I would think we would almost be looking at a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, Roshan Sands, the county of Stettler and White Sands. Once we knew that number, whatever that number is, is where we possibly, and that would be over and above the cost of operating on a go-forward basis, because when they're out on the water, there's going to be an operational cost to these as well. So at that point, there would have to be a 1/3, 1/3 operational cost as well above what they pay for contracted services. So I think where we should be doing is just maybe putting the brakes on this for right now and asking our village partners if they're in for this as well, where they're at for this. And I really would like to get some costs associated with it, because I'm not prepared to make a motion today. Well, I mean, I would accept the motion to say, no, we're not doing it, but I would entertain looking at it later on if there was something else. But I do think if we're not going to look at these right away, they should be moved out. And I don't know where they need to go, but maybe not the fire hall.
That earlier we showed some level of support condition to our municipal neighbors, and that was brought up. Is this better off a conversation when we update our fire agreement? Because the level of service that they would get would dictate their involvement with the rescue service.
It may very well be. I think that, like we've always said, there's, buying them is the cheap part. Operating them and keeping the training up and keeping them maintained, that's a whole different bag of money. Out of curiosity, Red Deer Fire Department, County Red Deer Fire Department sold a riverboat they bought in 2021, Joe. Deployed it once since 2021 to, was it 2021 to 2024? They're probably not used as much as people think they might be used, I think. And when we originally agreed to purchase them, it was a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, up to a maximum of $10,000 per each municipality. We've never even heard back from the summer villages that they were even willing to, go to the capital portion of it, let alone the operational side. So I think that's a big conversation. There are still some questions out there that council asks to be answered, which have not been answered. So you're well within your right to back off and put it on hold till these questions are answered.
Yeah, and if that was council's direction, I would suggest directing specifically that a letter be sent to both the summer villages asking if they would participate in the ongoing operating and the capital depreciation costs, as well as a letter back to the Volunteer Firefighters Association asking if their offer to donate would stand if those were the three parties involved instead of the town and county.
First comment, then a question. I would not preclude the town. At one point, we got mixed messages that they would be willing to be a partner. If that's still all open, I wouldn't turn my back on them. I mean, 4 partners is always better than 3. And secondly, is the donation of the equipment or of the money to purchase the equipment? And I ask that for multiple reasons. We were presented with a budget of 40,000 when this was debated initially. And if we gave Joe a budget for 40,000 for a truck and he purchased something that was 67,000, I have additional questions for Joe.
No, we didn't come down.
And many of those revolve around what procurement policy. Did you check for local options? Did you get 3 quotes? How did you come up with this inflated cost and why didn't you update us? So I asked this for one specific reason or direction. Is the donation of the equipment that was already purchased, or the funds to purchase the equipment.
Well, I think that this is a donation of the equipment because it's already purchased, they're already sitting in the hall. And I think the other side is we didn't pay any money for this, so that we haven't cut a check for anything, so we're not, I don't know if we can necessarily have that control over it, but I do hear what you're saying about where this purchase policy did not get.
It may be semantics, and the last thing I want to do is to make it difficult for a volunteer firefighter or a organization, because they do great work and they did a lot of.
I agree with you, yeah.
But it may seem like semantics, but as soon as that money is under our control or one of our organization's control, we must follow a policy with how that's spent. If it's a donated equipment, the procurement is done by them. It is different rules.
So we did have conversations with the Volunteer Firefighter Association. And they did indicate that they didn't have a desire to be purchasers of equipment and provide assets or maintain assets and rent them. They indicated they wanted to raise funds and donate the results of those fundraisers to projects that they thought were worthwhile. Similarly, they also indicated that they made their donation to the SRFD, that those funds ended up in what's called colloquially the Scotty Woods account, which is operated by, it seems to be operated at arm's length from the SRFD, though we don't have much information on the background of it. And that seems to be the entity or account that they were actually purchased out of. So should they have gone through a purchasing policy? I actually don't know the answer to that. I believe that may have even been at issue still with the town. They may have been considering that with their auditors last night.
I have a question back through administration, to the administration. This conversation has been going on for quite some time about these CDUs and rescue CDUs or after last year's very unfortunate events, you know, what would the response time be from our fire department versus Flying Red Deer going even on a rescue? Like, is it worth the training? Is it worth the risk to our firefighters that aren't going to use it very often when we have fully trained, qualified people on our joint use with mutual aid, like with a phone call away type thing? So what would we say 15 minutes? Would we save 10 minutes, 15 minutes from the time Red Deer left wherever they locate these in Red Deer? I don't know which fire hall in Red Deer they have.
Well, I think the beauty about the County Red Deer, and this is a special operations type for them, and so their guys are ready to go, they're familiar with the equipment, and they keep their training up. So the phone call comes in, they know that they need to send the water rescue department, and out they come. You know, we've got to go pull 3 tenders out, pull the CDs out, you know, hook them up and go, and then find out who's got training and who doesn't. Or assign firefighters, and hopefully they're not on vacation, or, you know, the last time, unfortunately, that we lost a life at Buffalo Lake was 30 years ago. So once in 30 years, what's the cost to dial into the expertise of Red Deer County, who has more lakes in their county to deal with than we do, so they have the expertise available.
Plus, they also, like on a rescue type situation, it may be locals that have their boats in the water because the other units aren't sitting. But the units were sitting at the lake would be one thing, but to be sitting anywhere where they have to be transported, offloaded, etc. To me, you're better off to bring in people that are a lot more familiar with it at that point.
That is an important distinction, and I have been a supporter of this initiative on a rescue level, not on a recovery level. Important distinction, recovery is a lot more, or recovery is past the point of being quite as time sensitive as rescue is. There is options to have these placed for a very reasonable cost on the lake. That was multiple options that were presented and to the best of my knowledge declined. I would like to talk with our fire manager about those options and what level of service, because when it comes to recovery, it is different training, it is different equipment, and I do think that mutual aid makes a lot of sense in that situation.
Councillor Myler?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what direction we go with this, because if we turn it down, can we bring that back later on, or do we table this? Which would be the best to, because there needs to be some more questions answered for me, or else I'm turning it down, plain and simple. And I don't want to piss off our neighbors in the town, because at the end of the day, they have flatly refused this. And I disagree with you, Mr. Stevens, on that. I think it's a flat out refusal. I don't think that it is essentially they want to do it jointly. If they did, they would have reached out maybe and had that conversation differently. So what are you thinking?
Yeah, I think what administration would be looking for based on the discussion is council to provide us the direction with what questions they would want us to respond with. We can respond to them without saying yea or nay and saying to support our decision in this, we need to know the following, which I would ask at minimum include, would you be willing to do this with partners other than just the town and county, if it included summer villages and the county and or the town? And then as well, we would want to send letters to those partners asking them if they're interested.
I think from the county, we would state that we don't accept them. Very similar to the town, that if we're going to, these are the questions we have, if it would be more back to the joint.
That's kind of where I'm at too, Mr. Clark. I think that's where I'm at, is that we declined this offer right now, but we would send a letter after we decline the offer. We would send a letter that we would be in favor of looking at this.
Or we look at it.
Yeah, with other partners involved. And then if we go forward with that, the only thing I think in the meantime and in between time, those should be maybe removed from the fire hall, because they're not part of our equipment. And I think, they could find somewhere I'm sure they can find somewhere to park these in the interim and in between times.
I'll make a motion that we decline them. But for now anyhow, that we don't want them.
Do you need that as two?
Thanks, but no thanks.
Do you need us two motions?
Yeah, we probably should have two motions.
I guess that's first one. Yeah. Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? You're opposed?
No, I'm in favor.
You're opposed?
Mr. Chairman, I would state or make a motion that we send a letter back to the volunteer fire department, the SRT, and the town, the summer villages, and ask if there is some way that we jointly take on the responsibility of these CDUs go forward.
Councillor Stewart?
Can I add a friendly amendment? Well, anyway, you can vote it down. I was just wondering, at some point, I'd like our regional manager and our county chief involved in our side of the discussions, just to see if they value this as part of their fleet, and if they don't put much value on it, then that helps us make our decision. If they put a great value on it, it helps us with our decision.
We did get a letter, and I think that letter to me sounds like it's more of, we've got these now, let's move forward with them, not that they put great value. That's what I understood, but I think that conversation should be there.
That's different people.
No.
I was, if I can, Mr. Chairman, going to invite Ivan to the next committee of the whole meeting.
If we can have Ivan there, but the letter from Ivan, I think kind of what Mr. Driver says too, is it's tool in our toolbox. He doesn't want to distract us from everything else we're doing.
Yeah.
Fly in the same sense, I don't know if I see that value, and even to the point of rescue, if they're not sitting there, I don't know how valuable they are to us on a rescue.
We had a community association that heavily invested in a marina. There there's always an option there for them to be placed at one of the docks in a freshly built marina for quite a reasonable cost. And that was not pursued any further.
Who turned that down?
I can't say with certainty. It's a bit of third hand.
So this has to be fleshed out, but I think we do, so we have a motion that we send a letter to the parties asking that we have a discussion about where these should be placed. And then afterwards, I have another motion too.
I think we owe it to our Volunteer Firefighters Association to try and get this ironed out one way or the other.
Yes, I do, and I think they have to iron out some issues on how things are funded. Throughout that too. Okay, we'll call the question on the letter. All in favor?
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to clarify too that, and instruct administration that we have a conversation with the town or with Ivan or somebody that these things have been quite a bone of contention, and I think they should be moved out of the hall for the time being until we get a straight up decision on this. This is, I don't know, it bothers me that they're there, and the simple fact is nobody wants to seem to take ownership, but possession is 9/10 of the law. I'm not so sure that that being placed in the fire hall is a good place right now. So through to administration, what's your suggestion? Send a letter to Leanne or a conversation with Leanne that these have to be moved?
Yeah, I mean, it's jointly.
To talk to Ivan about it. They got to be.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the email said before. They will be, I'm sure she'll be taking the insurance off them tomorrow when I send the email or a letter. They'll be back in the court of the Volunteer Firefighters Association. I mean, they may choose not to, put them up again for a donation. They may choose to sell. It's kind of back in their court. But right now, our direction is that we're declining the donation. The town has declined the donation, and we would like them removed from the joint fire hall. I think it's pretty simple.
And I don't want to knock the fire department or the Volunteer Fire Association. I think they're doing great work, but I think how this rolled out was there's certain protocols that need to be handled, and that wasn't dealt with here. So do you want a motion to that, or do you need just administration to understand?
Just that you've directed us to, please have the watercrafts removed from Station 1.
Do you want a motion to instruct administration to request that the watercrafts are removed from Station 1 for the time being, till we can get this sorted out?
Questions, concerns?
Is this something that we want Ivan to deal with?
He's on vacation.
Oh, okay.
So as soon as he gets back, I've asked him to come to the next committee of the whole meeting, hoping that we can have a very frank discussion with him and then maybe come up with some next steps.
But I think it behooves us to move those watercraft out for the time being, because
it's a tight call anyway, right? There's not a lot of room in there.
I would just hate for, got scratched or something, and then somebody doesn't like somebody, who knows? I don't know.
So the motion is to remove them from Station 1. Where are they gonna go?
We don't own them.
I don't think we should make a motion to take them out of Station 1 until we have a home for them.
We don't own them.
But we don't own them, the Firefighters Association.
And the town doesn't own them, so nobody wants to take responsibility. Who should, honestly, and straight up, the person that purchased these originally is responsible for where they should go right now.
Councilor Gender, you had your hand up?
You're not voting on it?
My only concern is that where are we going to move them to?
Well, it's not us.
Up to the Firefighters Association. Maybe somebody's got a big closet.
Leave them there. They'll get sick of them and sell them maybe.
But from a liability basis, I do believe, and even the town indicated that with insurance. So we have motion on the table, and I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Stevens and Councilor Grover opposed. Okay.
Councilor Grover and Councilor Stevens, or Councilor Steelberg and Councilor Stevens?
Were you opposed to, Councilor Stewart?
You're opposed to having them removed?
Yeah, I'm in favor.
Well, you were opposed, so.
Whatever you want to do. But they don't have a hearing.
For the purpose of the minutes, Stevens and Grover opposed.
Okay. Thank you.
That's, as I saw, that's what it was.
Quite a bit over there. Too, should be,
Yeah. You said Craig was coming back at 3?
Yeah, but if, I mean, whenever we get there.
Or you can do the bylaws if you want.
I just was gonna go
The
to
water.
Okay, 9.2 bylaw, 1723-24, water and wastewater bylaw, first, second, and possibly third readings.
Andrew, do you want to take this one?
87, I did.
Page, yeah,
Thank you.
page 87? Wait,
Yeah, there was a mix up. They were backwards, but 85 and 80.
Okay.
9.2 is 85, or, yeah.
Yeah, so the water and wastewater bylaw, so there's two things we wanted to address here. So the first is just clarifying what a water restriction looks like in the county of Stettler. Obviously, no one is unaware that we are in some pretty dry times, excluding the last couple of days, and that the prognosis for the summer remains pretty bleak. So we definitely want to make sure that we have a clear and articulable way to set out what restrictions might, or how restrictions might be imposed in the case that we can't supply enough municipal water to our domestic users. So of course, because this is the water and wastewater bylaw, these are only applicable to uses of our domestic water. People on wells would not be affected by any water restriction. We have no jurisdiction there. We would certainly encourage them to maintain the health of the local aquifers, but beyond that, we can't enforce. So this would just be users generally in homes that are connected directly to a rural line or a hamlet line. So we just cleaned up the language here basically to make it clear that it's the CAO who will impose it. We'll put the restriction in writing. It'll list what you can and can't do. And we can do it for the whole county, specific areas, or customers that are served by specific infrastructure. And then it's a broad range of breaches or of penalty for a breach, and that exists from the previous language. Less than 100, but not more than 2,500. I had contemplated showing a more defined scale like we do elsewhere, but with how broad it could be, the breaches could be really egregious, or it could be something that's not so bad. So it's, but it's up to council if you want to direct any changes to that. And then secondly, we cleaned up a bit of the water or the language around default, as we discussed at committee of the whole for our water users that are chronically past due. We would provide 30 days notice after it's 2 months past due, so 3 months from the bill being issued. And then we would turn off the water. Obviously, consideration would be given to wintertime conditions that may be where that water might be supporting a boiler system that's municipally connected. But we do, especially in the case of renters, need a bit of a bigger hammer.
I'm comfortable moving forward, and I'll give this first reading, but one comment on the fee schedule. I know we discussed possibly an update on connection fees as we move forward and look at more and more water lines. I would like to discuss our hamlet connection fees. If we're going to standardize our rule, I would like to standardize our hamlet fees as well, and what that actual cost should be, since it's quite old. But I am comfortable moving forward with first reading on this, because we do need to have something in place in case a rationing were to take place.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, if I can suggest, sorry, this bylaw went into the package before the tender results came out for the wastewater hauling. It may be worthwhile also considering an amendment here to adjust the fixed cubic meter consumption charge and charge $14 per cubic meter, which is 80% of your water intake in areas where those need to be hauled out. So that's Buffalo View Estates and Buffalo Sands. If there's an appetite for amending that a bit on the fly here, then now would be the time. We can bring it back as well. Just
What I would suggest is we give it first and second reading, and we can make the adjustments on the third reading at next month.
I believe there's a special tax levy related to those two, so I don't think it's as simple as updating the fee sheet.
just for vacant lots. Special tax levy covers the vacant lots and the infrastructure in the ground, so the consumption related, how much it costs us to haul the water out is not with.
And I do agree we should be looking at that Hamlet fee hookup and maybe a possibly increase on our connection fee go forward.
I'm just looking at, I've got some questioning on page 91, it's under water meters. It just says, should a meter while on the premises of the customer or consumer be damaged or destroyed, the cost of repairing is at the consumer. I'm just kind of wondering, okay, like most of these are off of there aren't many that are on the consumer side.
Actually, the majority of our water meters are on the consumer side. You have to remember Hamlets still make up the majority of our water users. So they would be within the consumer's premises.
In most cases in their basement, if they had a basement, correct?
Yeah, it would be inside.
Okay. I guess I'm just relating out in the rural, our own is on our own property also. But there's also where water lines installed, okay, on the following page in 92, every owner occupier where county water meter is installed should provide adequate protection. I believe these meters are installed within a barrel itself, so they are self-contained. I'm not really sure like why we are requesting that. Also on 8.3, where they become damaged by hot water, I'm not really sure how they're going to become damaged of hot water, that sort of thing.
These would again mostly apply in the urban subdivisions or the lake subdivisions and our hamlets. Hot water would be if you had a boiler malfunction kind of thing and it fried the electronics inside because it was so hot and it was turning to steam. It's a rare circumstance, but we don't want to back ourselves into a corner. And then similarly, protection against frost. There's many cabins up at the lake that get water where the water meter is on the outside of the building. It has to be removed each year, and they pay a connection and disconnection fee for that. If they were to fail to either protect it against the frost or to request it be removed, it's at their cost that water meter be replaced.
I'm just kind of wondering whether we should have an exception that if they are within these barrels that the county supplies, we don't have any control of those.
Yeah, certainly with 8.2, that would already be covered because the property where the county water meter is installed is our property. So we're the owner occupier. Where they're damaged generally by hot water or frost, yeah, I suppose that in that case, it would be more of a discretion thing. We only require them to pay if we demand they pay. It would be very rare for that to be the case in a meter vault. Yeah.
I'm just kind of wondering whether we can differentiate between those because that vault is owned by the county. That's their own property.
Yeah, certainly for 8.1, 8.2, the location of the vault already differentiates it because it's on county property. 8.3, we could add a similar line to where the owner or where it's damages.
Well, really, it's saying there too, though, that if it's on the county's property, the county's paying the county.
Mm-hmm.
You know, really, it's
the same thing.
Yeah. Make sure and send the invoice.
Yeah. So
Sometimes it's easier
I think that's covered.
You have
Really.
no idea
I
how
think it's
many
covered, too.
invoices the county sends to the county seller.
Hey, we pay taxes to ourselves, so what the heck?
We just did the waste management earlier today.
They're not us.
Yes, not all of it.
Okay, so you
We have first reading.
First reading.
call the question, all in favor?
I'm reading it like Mr. Clark, Mr. Gender, so I'm not sure. You may be reading it a little bit different than us. I'll give you second reading.
Second reading? Questions, concern? You got a question?
Yes. Okay, I'll go to page 1994. When we're starting that, no person shall lend water, that sort of thing. Like right now, I believe we are lending it, we are borrowing water. It states, no person being the owner, consumer, occupier, tenant, or person in charge of any service premise shall lend, supply, sell, or dispose of any water supplied by the county. I believe that we do transfers even within ourselves. You might want to go over and borrow water from a neighbor for get it by cube, that sort of thing. That's denying us of that.
I don't, until we know of that instance though. And with our truck fills, I guess that's, do you know of people that are doing that already?
No.
Okay, that was-
And we do want to discourage it for a few reasons. We're responsible up till the consumption point of the water for the lead contents that we have to do lead testing on it. So that's where we would want to avoid a neighbor saying, well, I got the meter vault from the county, I'll just pipe the water over to you, we'll split the water bill 50-50. We need to know every service premise, and that's what those types of clauses are generally intended to protect.
I don't have any issues, especially when we're considering that we may have to do water restrictions. And this is another control in that measure. I really don't have any issues with this clause. It's kind of a CYA. And if you're borrowing a cup of water off your neighbors, I'm fairly certain no one is calling in a complaint.
I think we had that up in Paul's area where the hose went across the lot and so did the power extension went across the lot. I think that's what this is meant for, Mr. Gender. If I come to your house and say, Ernie, I'm thirsty, would you give me a glass of water? They're probably not going to bust.
And I know the village Gatsby, there was a couple died like that after. Yeah, one.
I think that's what that's meant to do. And if we have to, it's a catch-all to catch everything. I mean, unfortunately. Oh, I didn't sell it to him. I just lent him the water. He gave it back to me. So I think that's the catch-all to stop that, unfortunately.
Do you have any more questions? No. Okay.
A motion to go to second reading on the table. Call the question, all in favor? That'd be carried.
And then we'll go with third reading next.
So,
Yeah, we'll just bring it back. We don't need a motion for that.
we don't need motion.
We'll bring it back for third with the
Revisions for the
Yep.
corrections.
Okay. 9.3 bylaw 1722-24 road closure for 30-meter portion of Bayview Street, first reading and public hearing date.
I think Craig's going to cover that with you when he gets here.
Pardon me?
That bylaw, you should wait for Craig.
Okay, reports 10.1. Chief Administrator Officer's report, page 103 of the package, a very detailed report. But I know there's some questions on the financial end, but they were answered. Any other questions on it or motion to accept? Councilor McKay?
I'll do so. I'll move that we accept.
Councilor Gender.
Page 161, I've just got a question with Stantec's payment. Is that for the second and third phase of Gatsby line?
Probably, because it wouldn't be the second and third, it would be the second. Because we had to do some redesign for, to be able to hook up to Painter.
Orange line, and we're recontinuing it up to Westwoods?
We haven't got that far yet, we're working on it.
Working on it? Okay.
Yeah. That one would probably not have been for Gatsby Phase 2, based on the date, been a little early. That would
That's probably for the water lines in Gatsby.
For me?
Would that have been the final payment for that traffic study? The Stantec.
The number seems familiar to me, so it was probably one of mine, actually.
Is it the real water lines in Gatsby?
It could have been,
Those
yeah,
are
the
good
Hamlet
ones,
Gatsby
too.
water lines.
Yeah.
I think that's what that was.
With the corrections to the water lines in Gatsby?
Yeah, the construction management with United.
If you can confirm that.
Yes, I'm just gonna pull up the EFT now.
Any other things?
You're gonna pull out now, Andrew, or?
Yeah, it shouldn't take me much more.
Just to buy Andrew some time, one that really caught my eye, but it was clarified by staff, was crime scenes. apparently that is the group that our peace officers purchase some of their PPE and equipment from, but I didn't realize we were in a crime scene investigation. That made me giggle.
Yeah, I don't know if he names these companies.
We don't name them, we could just use them.
This is just me being pedantic, but all of those questions seem to be more related to the payment register than the CAO's report.
Accounts payable, yes.
Please.
Ahead of ourselves.
Yes, we have a motion on the table for the Chief Administrative Officer's report from Councillor McKay. Call the question, all in favor, acceptance, that would be carried.
Councillor Nyberg is absent for this vote.
Okay, financial reports, 10.2.1 accounts payable register. So we have two questions. Well, we had a question and a comment on the table.
Yeah, so I can answer. So this invoice was for tasks assigned to the Gatsby Hamlet. It did actually go further back in time than just the United work. This included a bunch of unbilled project management time when we were still punching holes everywhere, hydro vacuum, looking for the lines. So that's why that's at the total that it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Receive, please.
All right. So 10.2.1 accounts payable register, Councillor Gender, motion to receive for information. Call the question, all in favor, that would be carried. We've got bank reconciliation, March 31st, 2024, 10.2.3 reserves, March 31st, 2024, and 10.2.4 year-to-date budget, March 31st, 2024. That's page 164 to 178. Any questions on that?
Councillor McKay?
I'll move to accept them.
Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Councillor fee sheets, page 179 of the package. Questions, Councillor Gender?
Just got a question to Mr. Nyberg. On last month, you had denounced one payment on when you had sent in by Zoom. Just kind of wondering like whether you spent much time on that one.
Say that again for me, Mr. Which one are we looking at? I did the Erskine Light project.
Tour. LPRT.
Oh,
Last month.
last month. Okay. So, I zoomed into the LPRT, but there was also Minister Horner's presentation for the budget. So I charged for the budget presentation, and the Zoom was in and out as I was listening to it as I was going back and forth. So yeah, and so I don't think it's right to charge for those that. I mean, I didn't get the full day in for it for sure. So.
That just brings me to the next question. It would be regarding Mr. Grover's part of on April 4th, you charged for a committee of the whole, of which you spent 22 minutes for. Just kind of finding whether you find that justified.
Which one's that?
On April the 4th, it was a committee of the whole that you phoned into that you had a doctor's appointment.
Well, I was on the phone.
Yes, you're on the phone for 22 minutes.
I didn't time it, to be honest, but
You're going back in the minutes, so that.
I don't know, I caught so I could just hear you guys, I couldn't talk.
I was just kind of wondering whether you find it justified on spending that amount of time for being able to charge for half of the.
And mileage, that doesn't seem straight either.
I was just gonna bring up.
No, I could do no mileage on it, because I wasn't. Is that the one I was in red there?
I don't know.
At a meeting.
If memory serves correct, we're between medical appointments.
That's what it was, so, yeah.
Unfortunately, Mr. Gender can track the 22 minutes because I do record when you guys come in and out.
Okay.
22 minutes for a half day seems a little rich.
Probably is a little high.
Is that something you would take back or not really?
Huh?
Something you would take off or not?
I take it off or not, I don't.
That's your
I
decision.
wasn't gonna put it even on there, but because it was a Zoom thing, eh? Ah, take it off.
Councillor Stevens?
I also have a question about Battle River Research Group, on April 11th with,
Yeah,
on
sure
yours.
they had a thing here and I went to it, yeah.
Okay, what did they have?
It was on wills and estates and that stuff.
So it was a public workshop?
Yeah,
I didn't think that we generally paid counselors to go to public workshops.
Oh.
It's my impression.
Assistant on the second in command on, Battle River Research, and I thought, I was entitled to go.
Well, I wouldn't question whether you're entitled to go or not. I think you have every right.
So whether you get paid is another story.
Like everyone else.
That will be, should be, is that part of the discussion on the 15th?
If you direct it.
Yeah, that's part of our code, code and what we do and what we don't do, I guess.
But we have straightforward rules for our how we bill. If you're not the
chair doing a presentation.
Yeah, if you're not there doing, you either have to be giving salutations from the county or
participating.
You have to be participating as one of the organizers. If you're just going as the individual there, you don't get paid. So I would say that's it.
Yeah, well, I went there because I like Battle River, and I helped them set up stuff like that.
I realize that, but I'm also a Battle River member, and I don't think that I should get paid from the county to go
I'll take
to.
it off then. I wasn't actually gonna even put it on. Yeah.
So adjusted for next month. Is there anything else on?
Anything else?
I'll give you a motion to approve the beat sheets with the amendments.
Call the question, all in favor? Your opposed, Councillor Rose?
Oh, no.
Okay, now we have Craig back into the room. Just before we move to Craig, just on our counselor committee reports, any comments or questions on that? I think it's working a little bit better now that we get the listing of what everybody's supposed to put in. Councillor Stillberg?
I like to see all the extra reports that have been coming in now. It fills in the gaps in what these other committees are doing. So I have no questions. I would move those reports.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question, all in favor, and that would be carried. Thanks everybody for putting those in, because I do think it's what we've committed to, and it just holds us accountable to it.
100%.
Okay, now we have Craig back into the room. So in-camera session 13.1 development agreements under FOIP section 25.
Do you want to start with the bylaw first?
Well, you want to do the bylaw first? In camera first, okay. And then we've got recreation passes, FOIP section 23, legal update, FOIP section 27, and we had Big Valley Utility, pancake breakfast, and so what were they under, Andrew?
In camera.
Under what section, Andrew?
So, 23, water confidence is for draft resolution.
Oh. 23 and
Jay.
Thanks on the rest for all your help at the other end of the table.
Sorry.
If I can have a motion, take us into camera.
I'll move us in the camera.
All in favor?
I'm just
That would be carried.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay. Now we go back to bylaws. Bylaw 1722-24, road closure for 30-meter portion of Bayview Street. First reading and public hearing date, page, I think it's page 80 of the package.
Yes.
Got mixed up. Did you want to present this one?
That would probably help. This bylaw, Reeve Clark proposes to close that 30-meter stretch for a temporary control gate on the west end of Bayview Street near the Bar W Resort Development, in keeping with the LPRT approval for that development. This gives us a more solid legal footing to be able to manage that, not as a public road allowance, but as a private piece of county land. So that gives us a lot more solid grounds to use the traffic control device that we're hoping to implement over a temporary basis, still maybe about anywhere from 8 to 10 years, to direct the traffic away from the west end of Bayview Street. The process is a council typically gives first reading, then it gets circulated out to adjacent landowners, advertised, goes out to utility companies for input. Then we come back for probably the earliest would be the June council meeting for a public hearing for anyone that has opinions on the matter to share those directly with council. Following that, if council chooses to proceed with the road closure bylaw, we have to send it off to the Minister of Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors for signature. Once the minister staff have reviewed it and approved it, we can then bring it back to council for second and third reading. I will be striving for a career best on timing, but just to put that in context, a 4 to 5 month turnaround would be a career best for me. So far, Land Titles has cooperated, and AT staff locally have agreed to expedite our request as much as they can. With that, Reeve Clark, there's feel open for any questions, but the recommendation is to give first reading and schedule the June 12th, I believe, council meeting.
That would be the public hearing date. June.
So, Mr. Chairman, a couple questions. When we eventually want to turn this road back into a road, what's the process?
The reversal is we would basically either get a road plan, cover the box, and submit that to Land Titles.
Okay. So the other question I have, why are we actually doing the official closure of this road versus what we've done in some of the other communities that we have road gates on some of our road allowances? Why are we doing this versus not doing that?
If council chooses to move up to that more of an upgraded gate, in the interim, we can do just a series of gates and not kind of manage it over the course of the season. But over that time period, if we go to something that's more formal, like a power gate that's cantilevered, that has remote access for emergency management, we probably want to be sure that we're doing that on a very solid legal footing. That's hard. That kind of date you can't really open up. If we get pushback from our kind of rough basic gate that we're talking about using in the short term, if we get pushback, we simply just leave the doors open or the gates open, or take them off the post, quite frankly. So that's, if we want to defend our further investment, that's where the road closure would help us the most.
So why wouldn't we do that when we make that determination later on down the road that we're going to go to a bigger gate?
Because we have to honor the LPRT.
We close the road by a gate. They said put a gate. They don't say close the road.
No, but to be able to lock the gate, which I think is what they did specify. Or did they?
No, I don't think so. I think they just said a gate.
To
You can't
control
lock it
traffic.
unless we close the road.
But we're not planning on locking.
No.
So we can put this up. Okay, so we don't close the road just yet, but we're going to be able to put the gate up tomorrow, let's say.
Yeah. But it won't be locked because we don't have the authority to do it, and it's an emergency access.
So why are we going down this route? That's what I'm wondering.
So that if things change and we need to lock it, need to put in a bigger gate.
Why don't we do it then?
Because
It takes a long time.
4 to
I
2
don't want to, I don't want to be behind it because there's nothing that prevents us from using MR as a road allowance.
Or just private land.
Or, yeah, sorry, does not necessarily an MR.
What's your gender?
Is this really a registered road allowance?
It is. That's the road plan number is there in the bylaw. That's how we obtain the property from the original, the RW, the property owners.
Okay, next one is, what happens if the minister goes against the closure or against the LPRD?
You know, I think the likelihood of that, given the reaction of the minister's staff that we've already touched base with, and I can't say that that's a foregone conclusion that they will always follow the advice of their traffic engineers. If that scenario does confront us, then quite honestly, the road is not closed. And then we would have to revisit whether or not we're ever able to legally lock or bar the public from getting out and changing and going through the gate. That I definitely would think falls within the category of beyond our control. And the council will have done as much as we can to try to meet the LPRT requirement.
Councilor Stevens?
It is with very mixed feelings that I will give you a motion that we move forward with first reading on bylaw 1722-24 and set a public hearing for 1 p.m. on June 12th. Is June 12th right?
Yeah.
Did we move that meeting because of FCM? Okay.
We did not have to move the meeting because of FCM. That is the correct thing.
It does show that's our next meeting.
There's mixed feelings behind this, but I do think that legally we have to protect ourselves both by the LPRT decision and our legal advice on road closures.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Three opposed?
Voted for it.
Voted for it. Okay, so Councilor Nyberg, Councilor Good.
I won't be here on the 12th, so unfortunately. But I may zoom in for the public hearing at 1 o'clock.
Okay. And do you have a motion to bring to the table, Councilor Nyberg?
Yeah, I don't know where I have that. Just a second. Got to remind me which one that one is. Development agreement, is that the one? The County of Stettler, the province, no, where, did you write that up there? Council authorized the REAV and CO to enter into development agreements with 26605 Alberta, subject to the revisions identified by council.
062.
You missed the digit on the
52, isn't it?
no 2066052.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any questions, concerns?
Call the question. All in favor? Carried.
Mr. Stevens has one.
I'll move that we instruct administration to get a contract and upfront payment from the village of Big Valley to utilize the drainage process approved by their engineers on their sewer.
You have a dollar figure in there?
I would like to leave that to administration to determine what they think is fair.
Not less than.
Just to confirm, you're looking for 100% of the estimate?
100% of the estimated cost for draining the lagoon up front before we do any work.
Okay, Councilor Rose?
No, that's good. I just wanted to know what the price was.
Okay, any other questions, concerns?
Call the question. All in favor? One opposed, Councilor Grover. Okay. Consent agenda items. Is there anything, I guess, well, the one is under Stettler Board of Trade long table supper. There will be no long table supper this year. That's for part of our package. Thank yous in there, which is always nice to see the thank yous come back. And then the one addition was the Association of Summer Villages of Alberta 2024 Annual Conference. That was additions back to date. So can I, Councilor Stevens?
I'll give you a motion to receive the information.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? Carried. Next meeting is June 24. Grover? All in favor? Carried.